Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to this Falkirk Council meeting, Thursday, 2nd October. The agenda was issued on 17th September 2025. Hard copies were made available to members at the Foundry on Thursday, 18th September. 3 deputations, one from Georgina Henderson on behalf of Falkirk for All team, Maurice White, Kenneth Marsh is to speak, one from Paul Ryan and one from Dr. Sarah Stewart on behalf of Friends of Scottish Settlers. They've been made in relation to item 9, the motion. A supplementary agenda was issued on 30th September. I intend to take the motion and deputations after the rolling action log. The meeting is being live streamed and recorded. A video recording will be available online shortly after the meeting on the Council's YouTube channel. There is a full agenda today and I may vary the order as necessary and may introduce breaks as required. I'm mindful of the Council's decision in June, we leaders by example, when it comes to embodying respectful language and conduct as elected representatives in our meetings and in our action with our communities. And I intend to ensure that our meetings are seen to reflect these respectful behaviours. We can disagree and no doubt will disagree, but we can do that without questioning the good faith of our officers or other members. I take this opportunity to remind members that all members should be heard without interruption. The audio situation in the room has been reviewed with changes made. An upgrade to the system will be installed in the coming months. For today, to support members hearing online, I ask that members in the room speak directly into their microphones and keep it close to their mouth. If members in the room wish to speak, I ask that they indicate this to officers and democratic services who will note this, rather than put their light on to avoid any microphone issues. We have officers from IT available should there be any issues. For the avoidance of doubt, I will determine the order of speakers. I will ask if all who wish to speak have done so before closing the debate, but at that point it is your responsibility to ensure you attract my attention, even by cutting in verbally, otherwise you may miss your chance to speak. Members joining you remotely should ensure their cameras are turned on during the proceedings. If there is an issue, you should let me or the committee team know. So before we start, can all participants check now the mobile phones are switched off and on silent during the meeting? So I'm just going to say a few words about former Provost Jim Johnson. As many of you will know, former Provost Jim Johnson died on the 18th of September at the age of 88. He was a veteran local councillor, 40 years of public service, mainly in the former Dawson ward. He was Provost of Falkirk from December 2000 to May 2007. Towards the end of his working life, Jim was chairman of the board for Citizens Advice Bureau, and he served 15 years on the board, the longest serving member of the board, for which he was rewarded at a special ceremony in 2023. He was a well-respected councillor and served his community well, always willing to help where he could. As well as being Provost and councillor, Jim at different points in his life was a bookmaker, publican of the Carronade, and a businessman. He was quite a character, known to many as Pal Johnson. When I first met him, Jim, with his cigar in his mouth, said, "How are you doing, pal?" That's when it dawned on me why he was called Pal Johnson. Over the past 2 years, whilst very unwell, he still texts me to say he would definitely be attending the Vensor War Memorial Remembrance Service. He laid a wreath every year, and on the wreath it said, "Not from former Provost and Councillor Jim Johnson." No, what it did say was from the community of Bainsford. I think that says so much about him and the respect he had for the community he served. Finally, I'm sure councillors and officers will join me in offering our sincerest condolences to Jim's family. Rest in peace, Provost Johnson. We'll now go to Mr. Moody to take the ceremony.
Thank you, Provost. Provost Bissett.
Present.
With apologies from Deputy Provost Balfour. Councillor Aitchison.
Here.
We have apologies from Councillor Aitken, Councillor Anslow,
Present.
Councillor Binney,
Present.
Councillor Bowes,
Present.
Hayley Buchanan,
Present.
Councillor Bundy,
Here.
Councillor Colley,
Present.
Councillor Deacon,
Present.
Councillor Devine,
Present.
Councillor Flynn,
Present.
Councillor Forrest,
Present.
Councillor Garner,
Here.
Councillor Hannah,
Present.
Councillor Kelly,
Present.
Hayley Kerr,
Here.
Councillor McCabe.
Yep.
Apologies from Councillor Mackie Brown, Councillor Meiklejohn,
Present.
Councillor Murtagh,
Unshot.
Councillor Nimmo,
Present.
Councillor Patterson,
Present.
Councillor Patrick,
Present.
Councillor Redmond,
Here.
Councillor Ritchie.
Present.
Apologies from Councillor Robertson, Councillor Sinclair,
Here.
and Councillor Spears.
Present. Thanks, Mr. Moody. Agenda item 2, declarations of interest. Members should declare any financial and non-financial interest they have in any item of business at this meeting, identifying the relevant agenda item and the nature of the interest. Are there any declarations of interest? No. Agenda item 3, minutes. 3A, minute of the meeting of Falkirk Council held on the 26th of June 2025. Pages 4 to 19 on the agenda papers. Can we agree the minute? Agreed. Are there any questions on that minute? Councillor Spears.
Page 7, F6A, supporting the long-term future of the Grangemouth Industrial Cluster. A couple of questions. Do we have any updates, especially on the 200 million promised by the Prime Minister and reiterated on the news last week regarding the future of the Grangemouth? And secondly, I would like to ask everybody if they would sign the petition to try and force the Prime Minister's hand to upkeep his promise to Grangemouth regarding the 200 million.
Mr. Benny.
Through you, Chair. I don't have any additional information on the £200 million investment. It's a commitment that really is more for the private sector to draw down funds for expansion and inward investment. So not something that's directly involving the council.
Okay, thank you. So that reiterates that example of that puts pressure on us then to sign Unite's petition to try and get the Prime Minister to keep to his word. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Spears. Agenda item 3B, minute of the special meeting of Falkirk Council held on the 16th September, pages 20 to 22 on your agenda papers. Can we agree the minute?
Agreed. Agreed.
Are there any questions on that minute? No. Agenda item 4, rolling action log, and we'll go to Mr. Moody for that.
Thank you, Provost. And as usual, the rolling action log provides a record of those decisions of the Council where a further report has been called for. There is an expected reporting date for each and comments in relation to any reports, particularly where it's not anticipated, that are able to be reported within the anticipated reporting date. The rolling action log is available for members' questions.
Any questions on the rolling action log? Councillor Spears or Councillor McCabe?
Thanks, Provost. Yeah, a couple of questions, please. Page 27. Advises this item will be brought back with the expected timeline of June 26 to align with the development of the new IJB strategic plan. Two things in there. There's two reports apparently. We don't have a date for either of them. Can I ask when and where is the new IJB strategic plan?
Mr. Moody? We'll go over to Mrs. Kears to answer that.
Yes, thank you. So we're bringing a report to the next IJB which is looking to agree that we create a new strategic plan for next year, which will be developed and brought to IGB, we expect around June next year. So that's the development of that strategic plan is happening just now, and we're consulting with appropriate people at the moment around that. And there'll be a public consultation around that as well in due course. Thank you.
Councillor McCabe.
Doesn't really answer my question, but I'll leave it there for the minute. Then go to page 31, and again, it's some work needing done between the Chief Executive and the Chief Officer of the IGB. And it just, again, it tells us in progress. I'm looking for some indication of a date. When are we going to see something on this front, Provost?
Okay, I've got Mr. Laurie.
Yes, thank you, Provost. Looking to bring a report in December to the December Council.
It's the type of answer I'm after. Thank you, Mr. Laurie. Thanks, Provost.
Thanks very much, Councillor McCabe. Any other questions on rolling action log? No. So as indicated earlier, we'll take the motion, Councillor Murtaugh's motion next. No amendments have been received. 3 deputations have been received. One from Nerys White, Kenneth Marsh on behalf of Falkirk for All team, one from Paul Ryan and one from Dr. Sarah Stewart on behalf of Friends of Scottish Settlers. Are members agreed to hear these deputations?
Agreed.
Thank you. So I'd like to invite Nerys White and Kenneth Marsh on behalf of Falkirk for All team to speak. You've up to 10 minutes to address the council. And if there are any questions to deputies and what was said, we'll allow about 5 minutes for questions for each deputation.
Okay, well, my name is Nerys, and Ken and I are representing a new organisation in the town called Falkirk for All, where we aim to promote a safe and inclusive community for all of us. This is a topic that I know is going to connect with everyone on a personal level, which again speaks to the need for everyone getting their say on how we come together as a community. Now, Councillor Murtaugh's motion touches specifically on a commitment to fostering a town where everyone is treated with dignity and respect. But if we want to be successful in achieving this, then the current level of intimidation and harassment cannot be allowed to continue. I never thought that in my own hometown I would hear someone shout the words, "Keep Scotland White," and be met with cheers. But that happened on the 30th of August in a protest near our town centre. And yet we are here over a month later with this behaviour not only having continued, but escalated and to an extent enabled by those in positions of power. Now, in response to this, a long line of women from across Falkirk stood silently arm in arm at the front of the Claddon Hotel during one of the protests to show that as survivors, mothers and daughters, those who want to rally at the hotel cannot claim to speak for us all. And just as expert organisations like Rape Crisis have warned, our stories cannot be weaponised for political causes. We were joined by community councillors, priests, local business owners, women from every background that you could think of. I was there, and as a survivor myself, I've done years of healing to move on from what I have experienced, but as men screamed at me through eggs, aerosols, stones, a flare, that was the most scared that I have been in Falkirk since the day that my abuser was found not proven guilty. One man pointed at me and said, you with the blue hair, you are next to be raped." Since then, after 25 years in this town, I've had to put up security cameras for the first time, buy myself a panic alarm. I can no longer go to the hobbies or cafes that I love unaccompanied, but I'm still fortunate compared to when we have spoken to women who wear the hijab or women who are noticed to be trans. That's the sort of safety measures they've had to take up for months, if not years, when ultimately we do all share the same perspective in one way or another. But all of this tension is down to a few bad actors that are shouting over our real concerns with no intention of helping women make this town safer for us. On the back of this motion, I hope that everyone today can go one step further and in future can commit to a review on street lighting, on a local police plan that centres women with lived experience of reporting sexual violence, on gender-based violence conversations within schools, and on learning from what other local authorities in Scotland have implemented successfully, like Glasgow City Council's progress to become a feminist city through its planning, policy and urban design. The motion also reaffirms a commitment to bring people together from across communities in Falkirk. And one thing I hope we can all agree on is that hotels are not appropriate to house anyone. Falkirk for All wanted to make clear our stance, that we agree with what's been said by others, that a hotel is not a substitute for a home. And for asylum seekers in particular, being housed away from the community in a hotel doesn't provide appropriate opportunities for integration or community engagement. Instead, that work around integration is being essentially built from the ground up by small local charities, which isn't a substitute for government policy, and it provides completely inconsistent support for asylum seekers in one town versus another. Those same local volunteers are also now being caught up in attacks, being egged, vandalism, their home addresses being posted online, people following up on that doxing and actually showing up at their doorstep in numbers. And those are not actions carried out by someone with valid concerns. I'll make my last point in saying that the asylum seekers in our community are local volunteers and friends. When I fell sick last year and I had to leave work, a young asylum seeker didn't have the words to wish me better. Instead, he made me homemade baklava, his favourite food from back home, a piece of his culture, both in food and in his generosity when he had so little to his own name. And every day I worry how he has been once again placed at risk of harm in the country that he fled to for safety. Folks like him are why I wanted to come along today and to reaffirm that no asylum seeker is illegal and nobody should be made to feel unsafe or to walk around our town for the colour of their skin. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Nerys. Kenneth, you've got about 5 minutes.
Yes, I'd just like to say that I've lived in this town for 40 years, and I have to be honest, I'm absolutely appalled that we're having to debate something like this 40 years after I've been staying here. Over the last few months, there's been an increase in violence, and violence against asylum seekers, and violence against Muslim communities, and violence against everyone. That has to stop. It is all based on an awful lot of misinformation, which is given by certain bad actors to the wider community. First bit of misinformation is that these asylum seekers are illegal. They are not illegal. In terms of our duties as a nation, we have to accept asylum seekers if they arrive in Britain and to claim asylum. They are not put here by Falkirk Council. They are not put here by the Scottish Government. They are put here by the UK Government. And it's our responsibility, as far as I'm concerned, to make them safe and make them welcome and make them able to make their valid claim so it can be claimed or dealt with one way or another appropriately. The fact that we have now got a situation where twice a week people turn out outside the hotel and start shouting abuse at them. I'm sure no one here would want anyone turning outside their home shouting abuse at them twice a week. And I'm really, really concerned at the stories I've heard, stories which have been very amply already, of people being affected by all of this. This motion, as far as I'm concerned, is self-evident, that it should be unanimously passed and that things should be done to correct the misinformation so that Falkirk can return to be a town where people feel safe, people feel included and asylum seekers also feel safe and included.
Okay, thanks very much, Nerys, and thanks very much, Kenneth. Any questions for Nerys and Kenneth? Councillor Murtagh.
Thank you, and you both spoke very, very powerfully, and thank you for coming here today. I think one of the things I want to ask you, I mean, it's great that you have come here today, and I know that you've been on protest, obviously, for transparency, and it's not a secret. I've also been on protest and assisted with the setup of Falkirk for All. But you mentioned that there are others who are maybe not feeling able to speak up and not attend. Have you found people approaching you that are basically saying they would like to come, they would like to speak up, but they're too fearful because of the violence that you're expressing?
Yeah, I mean, the level of interest has been so high that we've began looking at organising potential donation drives when it comes to clothes, when it comes to foods. So many people said, I can't come along today, I want to bring along maybe bottles of water or snacks. We've diverted that to Tamfor Hill Community Food Bank instead, because that's how many people have been reaching out to us and saying, this isn't the Falkirk they're used to seeing, this isn't the Falkirk they want to continue seeing, and seeing our town's name in the news every single week for the arrests and for the violence that are taking place outside this hotel, but they're scared to come along. I mean, I was at the initial protest. I can no longer go at all. I do not feel safe as someone who can be recognised in the streets, someone that is visibly disabled. I feel like I have no opportunity to defend myself, and there's lots of other people that are feeling the same way. So we're trying to do more work behind the scenes instead. When the Claddon Hotel and that entire area is no longer a safe zone, and we are exploring ideas such as a potential campaign around an exclusion zone for that area specifically. In the meantime, it means addressing other work instead. So we're looking at outreach, visiting community groups, speaking to people just to try and address that misinformation at its root source.
Can I just say that it's not just outside the hotel. I've spoken to a lot of people from a Muslim community who get intimidated elsewhere, and that just cannot continue. And I've spoken to people who are too frightened to take their children to Calendar Park because of what they perceive as being these difficulties. The facts have to be changed and have to be corrected so that everyone can feel safe and everyone can come along and make their views known. The fact that people in this very room, I think, have to leave by secret methods in Falkirk in 2025, that is absolutely appalling. People feel intimidated. Other people would come forward if they didn't feel intimidated. And I think people have to come forward. I'm sorry. I think people have to come forward, have to say how they feel, and have to make sure that this stops and stops very quickly.
Okay, Councillor Meiklejohn. Thank
you. I know that Nerys and Kenneth mentioned briefly there about the misinformation. I would just like to maybe know how, from the council perspective, we can help more than we do at the moment to be able to quell this misinformation, to be able to generate that fact, because information is there, but it's a real challenge to get that out, and how best can we get that out to the people that really need to hear it, and then start to open up the minds of those to question their own beliefs in order to actually be able to get that change.
Yeah, in terms of trying to get information to the people themselves, we would support the idea of a public information campaign just to clarify the common myths around the residency status of those in the hotel, around why it's a men's asylum facility, where people, where others are. There is so much misinformation that is centred specifically around the Claddon that we think could be done through either social media, even a leafleting campaign. I mean, there doesn't have to be a certain prescribed way to go about it, but we're not seeing any attempts at the moment, at least from our perspective, successfully reaching people on the ground and local residents in particular that stay near the Claddon to help explain what is going on and address the concerns and questions that they do have. Instead, it's sort of fallen to other organisations at the minute. We have been visiting free food groups, local religious groups, and we've been taking on any concerns and questions they have and trying to provide our own perspective. Now, we're not experts, and neither Ken and I have direct experience of the asylum system. Instead, it's more about hearing their own concerns as well about why do you feel unsafe in Falkirk, why it's not the fault of a group of innocent men fleeing the worst possible circumstances in the men's asylum facility, and what else we can do to help make them feel more safe. This has led to so many helpful conversations with the Queer Breakfast Club in Grangemouth. When we went to them, we had a conversation about asylum in Scotland, and in return they shared why they feel unsafe being visibly LGBT in public around Falkirk just now, and they've noticed their own increase in homophobic and transphobic attacks since the protest started. It has been a noticeable rise dated specifically to August of this year. So part of our information campaign has been about inclusivity in general, and about information in general about how we can make the town safer.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bundy?
Thank you very much, Provost. You've both mentioned the fact that there's sources of misinformation. Could you go into more detail about who those sources are?
Well, a lot of it's in social media. A lot of it's passed through gossip. People talk to people. I've met, of course, of what I do for a living, a number of people who have expressed concern about, well, I've already said that, going to Calendar Park, going to other parks. Now they've heard that from people, from other people, and in particular from the Facebook, the Save Our Futures. No one specifically mentioned that, but that Facebook posts, they peddle misinformation. They continually call the asylum seekers illegal immigrants. They are not illegal immigrants. They are human beings. They deserve to be treated like human beings. Like every human being deserves to be treated. But as far as I can see, people who go to these protests, and I have to be honest, thousands of people behind them do not see these individuals as individual human beings. They see them as illegal immigrants. Not only that, dangerous, predatory, illegal immigrants. That is misinformation, and that has to be changed. How we change it, I have difficulty in saying that, but I do think, in all honesty, the council has to do more to change that perception. Councillors as a whole have to change this perception of what asylum seekers are.
In terms of the sources of misinformation as well, we think that language is really important, and at the moment we are seeing even elected officials using language such as illegal immigrants when referring to residents inside the hotel. Things like this level of factually incorrect statements, it is risk of falling foul of the Scottish Councillors' Code of Conduct, where some of the key principles are around integrity and are around honesty, as well as getting the information out there correctly and fairly to your local residents that you represent. So we all have a duty to play, and I think the most important part to play is of councillors using the correct information and terminology when referring to asylum seekers.
Thank you. Councillor Spears?
Yes, thank you. Thanks very much for your deliberation today. Two sides. It always comes down to two sides, doesn't it? Everything is always settled by negotiation and the discussion. I have followed quite a bit of it in social media. A lot of it's quite concerning. What we need here, and I believe there was a meeting with all interested parties. I personally wasn't invited, because I like to try and attend things. I feel it's my duty. Is there any other meetings planned where sort of outreach meetings where you can find some form of consensus? Because both sides here seem to be afraid. One's claiming their kids can't go and they're afraid to walk the streets, and the others are saying they can't go out and they're afraid. And that's a horrible situation. And it is concerning because it affects a lot of aspects in Falkirk life. I've done tourism convener for many years, and we've tried to build up tourism. We need to sell the town, and especially
What's
the
your
job
question,
losses.
Councillor Spears? Have you got a question there?
Yeah, I've already asked it actually.
Okay, would you like to respond?
Do you want me to repeat it so you'll be
No, I heard that.
crystal
It's okay.
clear?
Aye, okay, carry on.
Is there any other meetings planned?
Yeah, in terms of other meetings planned, that's what we're calling for. We haven't yet been able to get confirmation. I mean, this is an example of a meeting where, again, the organisers of the initial protest outside the Claddon Hotel sadly have declined to attend, to send a deputation, or to make themselves known in any way at this meeting. Ewan Steenbank MP held an open invitation to a meeting. This did culminate in a town hall, which we were invited to and did attend, as were many local community groups. Unfortunately, the organisers of the protest at the hotel declined to attend this also, which does begin to raise some concerns about the purpose of the protest if it's not going to lead to real solutions and to real dialogue around the table, which is ultimately what we're wanting to see. At every opportunity, we've been trying to hold this good faith, open and honest conversation. We just need that met. Unfortunately, like you say, there was two sides to the side of the road and we need both sides around this table.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Colley.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, my throat's a bit, it's not great today, but you know, it's really concerning to hear that yourself as a woman and a disabled woman experience such abuse, attempting to undertake your right to peaceful protest, and we have a lot of discussion about the right to protest. I suppose that and the mention around women, particularly who wear the hijab or who are of minority ethnic communities that actually feeling unsafe, and you specifically mentioned, I took a note of it, around sort of having to have panic alarms and security cameras, and you know that, and people being followed home, and you know, women being followed home, and I think probably any woman on this in this room or watching this today has experience of feeling really afraid by the behaviour of of a man in public or men in public, and I think.
Do you have a question, Councillor?
I do. I think that the point around you made specific reference to about local police planning. And about centering women, and I wondered what conversations have taken place with the police around, and in relation to education, around trying to make it a safer environment for women to be part of those protests.
Yeah, I mean, the conversations that we've been having around the police are particularly focused around the hotel protests every week and how we can keep the residents safe and the building safe, which is our ultimate goal each time. In terms of the feminist city, the urban design and planning, this conversation can only be taken so far by our group. We don't have that mandate or that platform for the police to really hear us out on this when it is more of a policy and a long-term strategy matter. That's where the council needs to come in. We would love to be supported by Falkirk Council on the idea of a feminist planning strategy or around a local police plan, which the council can feed into and does have responsibility for, where the experiences of women who've reported sexual violence or reported rape, especially around the town centre in particular, their experiences need to be at the centre of any of that strategy.
Can I just say that I absolutely support what Nerissa said, and I think things need to be done to help protect women and all people in Falkirk to feel safe.
Thanks, Kenneth. Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, convener. Thank you for coming along and for all the things that you have been doing. But I think as a woman, I've never felt threatened by asylum seekers or immigrants, but I certainly do feel threatened by some of the protests that are going on. However, I would like you to say a wee bit more about the position of people who are not women, because I don't think this is a feminist issue. This is an issue about othering immigrants, people who have come to this country. And I think it's important that we don't get diverted into seeing it as a purely women's issue, much though I recognise the importance of women in this. So I wonder if you could say a little more, because I'm fairly certain there are a lot of men who are scared too.
I just say you're quite right. This is not just a feminist issue. There are men. It's been particularly well publicised man who was supposedly outed on social media as being a convicted paedophile quite wrongly. He then had people turning up at his house and shouting at him and threatening him. And that is happening. That's happening across the board. It is very concerning, not only in respect of women, but also ethnic minorities, the Muslim community. They've been being abused. They've been being abused because people just see the colour of the skin and assume that they're asylum seekers. That is absolutely appalling. People's children are getting abused, and things need to be done. And things need to be done now to stop this. But you're quite right. This is not just a feminist issue. It involves all people, including all men and everyone within Falkirk community.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. We've had about just over 10 minutes on questions, so I think we'll leave that there. And I'd like to thank Nerys and Kenneth for their deputation. I hope you feel you've had a fair hearing. If you would like to return to your seats, please. If Paul Ryan would like to come forward now and take his seat. You've got 10 minutes, Paul, if you need that.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Paul Ryan. I've lived in Falkirk for 20 years. I'm not born and bred here. I've owned and run a small business here for the last 6 years. I've got an office in Falkirk High Street. I wouldn't expect many of you to know that. Falkirk hasn't always been the easiest place to start and sustain a business, but that's a story for a different day. In all that time, I've never witnessed racism of any real note in our town. Yes, it can feel a little insular and parochial at times, but overall, it's a reasonably multicultural society where people do live happily side by side. That said, since the Clarendon Hotel changed use 3 years ago to house asylum seekers, I've heard some grumblings of discontent, but nothing that has escalated to serious levels. I used to have an office at Antonine House on the other side of Calendar Park, and I'd cycle through most days, and I did notice a shift. There was suddenly more younger men from other countries around, but I never felt cause for alarm. On the rare occasions where I spoke to them, they were almost perfectly polite and friendly. It was working, they were nice people, I was travelling back and forward from work. I was a little bit concerned that I hadn't heard about why. Nobody told me what had happened, nobody told me what the change was, and immediately that just puts you on a little bit on guard. Given the fact it's a park that mainly holds elderly residents, you can understand why there might be some wariness at first. When I first heard stories of sexual assaults and other inappropriate behaviour, I dismissed them as exaggerated rumours because they usually are. That changed when I saw the Save Our Future and Our Kids Future group, known as SOF. I was dismayed to spot some familiar faces in pictures from that gathering, people that I trust from the community, people that I would consider friends. I saw some of those faces in that first photograph, and I couldn't believe that they were involved in this. Online, I challenged their narrative of widespread offending in the group of asylum seekers. But then I became aware of some truths. The simple fact is there has been at least one rape, one sexual assault, and one case of indecent exposure linked to residents on the Clarendon. More shockingly, on 2 occasions, those charged had prior history of offending. We must remember at this point that around 5 in every 100 men of any background, white or any other colour, will commit a sexual offence over their lifetime, and that's a shocking statistic. No matter the context, the shockingly slow pace from arrest to trial means we've only seen one of these cases reach court so far, but we should all brace ourselves for a steady stream of convictions in the coming months. This isn't all made up. It's not all just othering other people. There has been a problem with background checks of people being placed in the hotel. It doesn't exceed their expectation of what you'd expect from a random group of men, but because we're placing just men there, and because there's no follow-up, it's causing problems. Without proper background checks, which used to be a part of the system, How can we know if a minority of asylum seekers, and I do stress minority, are exploiting the system to evade prosecution in their home countries? It's simply unacceptable that these checks have failed and are no longer being carried out, as far as I'm aware. In doing so, they fail our community, the victims, and the vast majority of law-abiding residents at the hotel. It's completely unacceptable and leaves the community, the council, and everyone else here feeling utterly powerless. Bringing my attention briefly to the motion at hand, I appreciate its use as a somewhat blunt instrument to give residents like me the chance to speak here. Nevertheless, we all acknowledge it's largely symbolic, and that perhaps speaks to the core of the problem. The community has been presented with this hotel, and it seems there's not a single thing we can do about it. It also highlights the needless division and reaction to it has caused. Let's not forget it was open for 2 years without any major incident and without any major protest. We have to give credence to the idea that the reason people have started to protest is because of the incidents at the hotel. It may be that others and terrible voices have latched onto that cause, but there is something behind it. I can understand it can be useful for councillors to attend demonstrations. I'm not a fan of such protests of councillors attending them or myself. They are too confrontational. It's like going to a segregated area at a Falkirk and Dunfermline game or a Celtic Rangers game. You're going to get abuse. And if you can't take that abuse, it's not the place to be. And it's certainly not the place for me to be, because I know that I'll get abuse. And I know that that'll lock in my mind. We can't reduce this worthy debate to the level of football terracing exchanges. It takes a thick skin not to make lifelong enemies at such events. One side brings an Israel flag, the other responds with Palestine flags, and suddenly what should be a protest about hotel-hosted immigration becomes a fault line for everything in left-wing politics, from Donald Trump to Palestine to Ukraine. And it's unlikely to get resolved in Kemper Avenue. If possible, I urge councillors engaging in social media to go to great lengths to avoid taking sides, as hard as that would be, to ignore the abuse, as hard as that will be, and to seek to understand the views that they're least likely to share. Love and kindness are only meaningful when directed with whom you disagree. They're not political weapons to label the opposing side as hateful, woke, or loony. Behavioural issues aren't my only concern, and now we get to my main concern. Mears Group, who operate this hotel, and others across the UK reported revenues of £1.1 billion last year, with profits of £64 million and a CEO salary of £600,000. Nearly all of this built on the desperation of others. Indeed, Mears Group and other providers have profited so handsomely from housing asylum seekers that they face calls from government to repay some of it. Let's not forget the hotel owners. Mears pays Hannigan Hotels a generous lease rate for the cladding and offers them 100% occupancy. It's staggering how much revenue asylum seekers generate in this system. Want to know why we can't stop the boats? Because people have become far too valuable in this immoral £3 billion a year industry. Want to complain? Don't worry, the trade unions will ensure this outrageous profiteering from misery isn't interrupted by labelling any opposition as racist scaremongering. If we want to stop it, if we want to change it, it seems that nobody here can. Not the council, the councillors, not the residents. A system cobbled together in months during COVID has ballooned into a multi-billion pound behemoth that takes apparently now 5 years to dismantle. I urge the council and councillors to accelerate that process. Stop defending the profits. Shut the hotels down. Fight for a better system. Fight for robust background checks. And give power back to the communities you were elected to serve. You can still disagree on numbers and process in Israel and Palestine, but if it's the common ground you seek, this is it. Close the hotel. Demand better background checks and no more using people for profit. We can't carry on with an industry worth £3 billion a year where the people that are responsible for running that hotel are nowhere to be seen here today and won't ever be anywhere to be seen. They don't suffer the consequences. If it was a pub landlord, they would be held to account. They would be told about their licence. This industry is now just taking people from anywhere, and the more people they get through the system, the more profit they make and the community suffers. Thank you.
Thanks very much for that, Paul. I'll now go to councillors for Councillor Murtagh.
Thank you, Paul, and I'm really grateful that you came today and gave that deputation, and you know, all of yous are welcome here and are treated with respect, so respect to you for coming along. You mentioned within your deputation there that you felt that councillors shouldn't go along to these and shouldn't have a view, or shouldn't express that view, and that I think what you said was that if we weren't able to take abuse, and we should expect abuse, so if we weren't able to take abuse, that we shouldn't be there. So I just want to ask you, and forgive me, Provost, if I say some words that I'll try and filter them, but some of the things I've been called on those protests are things like a treacherous bitch, are things like a traitor to Scotland, a traitor to the people. I've been called a failed mother online. I've been called an anti-Semite. I've been called an old jock slag, an ugly C word, a pedo C word. I've been called all sorts of things that I'm actually looking at now on my screen. Do you think that I and other councillors who've attended should have to take that for exercising our democratic right as individuals and citizens speaking up for what we believe in?
No, of course I don't. And of course you should be annoyed at that. And of course you're going to get angry at that. And of course you're going to look at that person and hate them for what they're saying. But I won't go to that protest because I know I'll get the same. I'll get called a fat paedophile. I'll go to a Celtic Rangers game and stand next to the fence and you'll be called horrendous abuse all throughout the game. And it's easy to get locked into a mindset of, oh, that's just those Rangers fans or that's just those Celtic fans. There are terrible people that have latched onto this debate. I absolutely don't deny that. And you've got my absolute support because you've always engaged online respectfully and always try to find the common ground. But there is no question of the fact that we can't turn this debate into the whole of left-right politics. We just need to focus on the incidents and then hope that the rest will just disperse and go away. There's nobody here who's going to defend that kind of horrendous abuse, and from the previous person who spoke. But the reality is abuse happens. And we can't just turn the debate into, I want revenge for that abuse. We have to turn it into, let's deal with that, but let's deal with the core issue at heart.
Thank you, and I'm glad that you've condemned that. I think what I want to ask, and you acknowledged it here today, you're here today to speak as a resident, and you know, you've mentioned that, you know, in your deputation how you feel about things. You said there about, I mean, I would just clarify, I don't hate any of the people that have said those things. I would challenge their, you know, that they said that. But this is an opportunity here today. Would you acknowledge that this is an opportunity for residents everywhere, groups everywhere, to have come to the table and to have spoken, and that actually by putting it on the table, that in itself provided that opportunity for dialogue?
It provides an opportunity for me. But if you look at people whose minds are a little more locked on the other side, I think they will look at this and think, but what can the council actually do? And this, if we'd had this conversation and this motion maybe just after the hotel had opened to maybe preempt some of the problems, maybe then people would have felt more heard. We can't deny the fact that this isn't a small minority of people that object to this hotel being there. We need to start addressing the actual concerns they've got. This problem is not going to go away. It's going to get worse. And we've let it get worse by not talking about it properly up until now, to the point where people just look at it and think, there's nothing I can do about this. What's the point of turning up? We can try and persuade them otherwise. But to be honest, I would rather have this meeting with Mears Group and some of the companies that run the hotel.
Thank you. And just finally, I want to ask you about some of the things you actually said about things are going to get worse. We're going to brace ourselves for a whole bunch of convictions, etc., etc. And you mentioned the obviously we know about the conviction for rape, etc., which everybody condemns. How do you know about what these other things are, and where's your evidence for any of that? Where are you getting that evidence from about these people, about these things coming?
From my own humility and what's been reported. So when I first got involved in this debate, I was on the complete opposite side. And I didn't think any of this was true. I thought they were all exaggerated. And gradually people on the other side of this debate online have shared stories with me from official media sources that suggests this isn't all made up. I didn't even know there was been the one case that someone's been found guilty. The case of indecent exposure just blew my mind. I'm sure it did yours too. The idea that someone's performing a sex act behind the protesters that are there to defend them, and then turns out to have a prior history of defending before. And then we've got another case where someone is alleged to have been assaulted in town. It's not acceptable. You cannot expect people to just think, okay, these things happen, and it's all racism to object to it. These incidents have happened, and we just need to tackle them head on and try and tackle what can be done about why they're there.
Can I just ask you though, you said these incidents have happened. I believe that there has been one conviction. I believe that there have been no other convictions and no other, even if people have been charged or arrested. In this country, we have innocent until proven guilty. So where are these, I mean, I'm asking you in terms of, you say sources and things online and trusted, where have they come from? Or is it just accumulation of all different things that have been said that seem to link them and make it logical? I
mean, I did see the video of the hotel of the man doing what he did, and there was a report in the Daily Record just after that of saying that he did have a prior history. There was a report in the Falkirk Herald of the other man that was assaulted in the town centre, and there was links back to this, that there was someone at the hotel, but that is not proven yet. But it almost certainly will be. There's no point in us sitting back here and thinking, let's just hope that doesn't get linked to anyone back in a hotel, because at the point it does, someone like me might be able to think, but that still doesn't mean it's a majority. A community that's already had a fuse lit under it is not going to be too happy to find out that it does. And
finally then, you mentioned that you believe that the people in the hotel are no more likely than, for example, the general population of men. Would you acknowledge that? I mean, I can just think over the last few months in terms of some of the really horrific reports of, even just this week, we've had a pastor convicted, or, people from Grangemouth, all people who are, just things that have been currently in the news. I'm not picking on Grangemouth, but there's been many examples of white men and people who are known to their attackers who have been convicted, and these things are all in the public domain. Why do you think that, given there has been one conviction, and I'm going to say one charge, and a variety of rumours, faced with a very large volume over the same time period of men who, I'm not going to use the phrase born and bred, but men who are perhaps from our communities and have grown up in our communities? Why do you think the focus is on a hotel when disproportionately it's actually outside of the community, outside of the hotel, where these offences are committed?
It's human nature. You can't change that. If there was 5 incidents from one pub, everyone would start to campaign against that pub, and that landlord would be pulled in front of the council and face losing his licence. So it's human nature that if you've got multiple incidents from one hotel, and you've got to remember that there's a community in Falkirk that will talk and know the victims, and they will know the facts of this. It's all very well taking a councillor position, which I fully understand, that there's been no convictions, but people in the community talk and they know what happened. There was an outrageous situation where someone was convicted recently for phoning a hotel and threatening to come down here and just being ridiculous. But he did it because it was his friend, allegedly because it was his friend's son that was assaulted. So we have to give some credence to the fact that if you know the victim, or if you know the family of the victim, people are going to get angry. And if people don't have an outlet for that anger that's democratic and an environment such as this, and one that reacts to them, they're going to take to the streets and start to protest. And that's what they're doing.
Councillor Murtagh, can we?
Yep.
Thank you. Thank you for your contribution. And we'll go to Councillor Meikle-John now.
Thank you, Provost. I just have to say that no one should be having to take any abuse or be in fear in doing their job, and councillors in that role are no different to anyone else. And we are all individuals, we all have individual views, and we are entitled to actually make representation and make those views known. So I think that we just need to remember that while we are in that elected role, I would also say that, with no offence to our democratic reporter, that sometimes the media don't entirely give accurate information. They're in the business of selling papers, so I wouldn't necessarily rely on that as a true source. But what I do want to focus on is, because I want to be solutions focused, is the only way forward in actually resolving any of this is having constructive dialogue. And how do we get to that with the type of language?
Do you have a question, Councillor?
Well, that's exactly what I'm just asking, Provost, is how do we get to constructive dialogue, particularly with some of the language that is being used in order to seek the resolutions within our communities, recognising that this is not going to be a quick fix. The hotel is not going to close tomorrow. We don't have the plans for the closure of the hotels. And we need to make sure that our residents feel safe. So I want to know if Paul can maybe give a bit of how he would say we could get into that constructive dialogue.
Thanks, Councillor Meiklejohn. Paul?
We need to get the hotel owners involved. The hotel owners and the groups that are running these hotels, they need to be given accountability, not just profit. If the hotel owners were treated like pub licence holders, at least we could get them here and they would have to answer to the fact of any bad behaviour that's happening in a hotel. And then we get people who are actually going to say and be able to dialogue with them back and forth. They're the ones that should have been held accountable in a stupid process from the start. And if we have that dialogue and if people feel they've got someone to go to, then that would make a massive, huge difference. If there's bad behaviour at the hotel, it should be going back to the hotel owners and the people who are running that service to deal with it.
Thank you. Councillor Hannah?
Thank you, Convener. You've focused a great deal on incidents related to the hotel, but you did also, and I'm sure you're not meaning to overblow those incidents, but you did mention that 5 out of every 100 men will commit a sexual offence. I'm not sure where you get that figure from, but since there are only a very small number of men in that hotel, the vast majority of rapes and sexual offences are not being committed by asylum seekers or immigrants. The vast majority of rapes and sexual offences are being committed by people known to the victim. And I think we need to ensure you have mentioned the importance of getting facts out there. So I think we need to balance some of the things that you've been saying there. You did, however, going on to my question, apologies, Provost. Going on to my question is, you have said that Falkirk Council should close this hotel. Now, I would like to hear on what grounds you think Falkirk Council could close this hotel. I am not aware of any powers that the council has that would enable that to happen in the current situation, but you clearly think there are. So please, can you give us some information about that?
I tried to cover off in my speech that I don't believe any of you can close the hotel. I don't think you've got that power. That's exactly the problem. The Labour government wants it closed. The asylum seekers, from the ones I read from the survey about the conditions there, they want it closed. Local people want it closed. But apparently no one can close it. All we can do is keep paying the groups that are responsible for running it. That's the problem. We could widen this issue into 101 different political issues. We've got a hotel here that apparently nobody wants to house, to be used for this purpose, and nobody knows how to stop it. And that's a democratic problem.
Could I maybe just ask you then, I mean, the Labour government has committed to closing all asylum seeker hotels by 2029, and they are in the process of reducing the numbers. In what way are you saying that that's not happening?
I'm saying it is happening. I'm saying at 2029, I don't want another 4 years of protest down in Kemper Avenue. I think the Labour government should be pressured hugely, and they will be pressured by groups like this and by the council, if you choose to do so, to do that much sooner. I suspect that by 2029, what the Labour government means is just about when we're coming out of the election. But we'll have to wait and see.
Thanks, Councillor O'Hara. We'll now go to Bailey.
Thanks, Provost. The subject is a decisive subject. It's as was mentioned earlier, there are two sides to this debate. I know loads of people who are on one side of the road more than I know the other side of the road. My question is, Provost, if we closed the Clan Hotel tomorrow, where would the people go?
I think that's a great point, and I think I would prefer the process to be that the whole council and the community engages in that discussion about what happens next. And I would prefer, if we do ever reach that point, that the whole community is involved in that discussion. There will be those that say we do not want them here at all. I'm not one of those. But I'll come back to this idea of background checks. I think it's appalling that that system is clearly failing. And that's the process. And if we give people faith back that that system is working, then we'll get a lot further with this.
Thanks, Mr. Ryan. And can I just clarify some at the start? When 3 years ago, when they came, Mears came to, and the Home Office came to spoke with Mr. Laurie, Councillor Michael John, Councillor Hannah, and myself, and there was no debate. You're getting them in 2 days, whether you're wanting them or not. We were concerned about the residents and the local residents because obviously at that time we didn't know who was coming, how many was coming. So for the start, it's not been right. I don't know how it's solved. Thanks for your input, Mr. Ryan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Billy Kerr. We'll now go to Councillor Patterson.
Thanks, Provost. And thank you, Mr. Ryan. I think that was a really helpful contribution today. I think it's fair to say that we agree on quite a lot. Nobody wants the hotels there, including the residents of it. And I think it's fair to say that we would all agree that nobody really would enjoy the prospect of another 4 years of protests either. So that's something we can all agree on. I think, and I know we've covered a lot of ground here, one point we do disagree on is, and I appreciate your position as a private citizen not to go, but I would again stress the importance that as local members, it is our duty and it's our responsibility to be engaging in community events. And it's one thing to read about it in the papers, but it is another thing to be there and be involved and be having conversations on the ground. And again, I would echo what Councillor Murtagh said, that there's no hate. I personally was there, I don't know, last week, and I was handing out cakes on both sides of the road. So I think that actually we disagree on that point there, because I do think it is a valuable exercise to see what's going on in our communities. And a lot of good questions, but I think what I would just come back to is I think it is really positive that we're all having conversations and we are shining a light on incidents of violence against women and children, and we should be talking about it. And I hear what you're saying about reports and people talk, but we have heard from survivor services and from survivors here today who are saying that actually it is...
Councillor Patterson, do you have a question in there?
Yeah, would Mr. Ryan agree that it is arguably unhelpful just to focus on one aspect of violence against women and girls, and you're losing a lot of the picture, and it could ultimately make women and girls less safe if we focus just on one aspect to ignore other aspects, which is what we've heard from Women's Aid and other local services?
Yep, I think the point is that the discussion is about the hotel. So I'm certainly not suggesting that there's a higher rate of offending at the hotel as anywhere else. But of course it will be the same rate. There's no reason to think it would be lower. There's no reason at this point to think it would be higher, but it's at the same rate. So that draws focus on the fact that if you put 100 men in one place, young men with not much to do, you're going to get an offending rate. And that's the perfect time bomb to then build up resentment of that hotel. It doesn't matter if it was 100 men from Aberdeen or 100 men from overseas. It matters if you're putting people there without background checks and without any identification, and they're just getting dumped there, left. They don't want to be there either. And So we could widen the discussion to violence against women, but that's not what this debate is. This was just about this hotel and what can be done. I do respect the point, but the debate's about this hotel.
No, and again, I think we'll agree that, yeah, the services should be better, and I think over the next few years we will see that. I would disagree with that statistically, because I think, again, when we look at studies, that's not quite accurate, because statistically, as hard as it is to hear, women are much more at risk from men and individuals that they know and trust within their own families and social groups. So, I mean, we could argue the statistics about it, but I do appreciate that input. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Patterson. We'll now go to Councillor Devine.
Hi there, and thanks for coming along today. You said at the beginning, and please correct me if I'm wrong, the reason that you were, heightened to this situation was around the conviction.
Yeah.
So I struggle with this point specifically.
Okay.
Because over 280 incidences have been recorded in Falkirk over the last 18 months. That's recorded, that's not the unrecorded ones. And we're not seeing that community outrage for all those survivors and all those women and girls who can't walk down the street, who can't go out in public, who can't cross the road, who can't take their children to school. So why is it just being targeted around this hotel and people hiding behind the banner of protecting women and girls? And why did you focus specifically on that part of it? Because that seems to be the backbone of what everyone is jumping behind. But no one is getting outraged by all the other sexual assaults in Falkirk, which is an absolute travesty. And not just that, the other hatred towards other forms of the community as well.
Yep, thanks for the point. I don't know where you get the idea that there isn't outrage. I'm outraged every time I read a story. I might not go and campaign outside the hotel. I haven't campaigned outside this hotel. There was a man arrested near us for pretty dire sexual offences, and there was outrage, and there was talk. There was people who were starting to approach his home. There was people starting to gather outside. I didn't think that was the right approach to that either. I don't think we should be saying let's have more outrage. I think we should be looking at the fact that if you have any environment, if it was 100 white men in that hotel and there had been the same number of incidents, you'd get the same level of outrage. And there is, and you'll see it in pubs all the time. If there's a particular pub that has 5 or 6 violent assaults related to it, you'll see that landlord lose their licence. It does happen, and it does. The outrage is there. I would hate to think that any woman thinks that statistic that I quoted, 5 out of every 100 men. I'm absolutely shocked and appalled by that. But at the same time, we have to accept that if you put 100 young men in this hotel, you're going to get the same outcome. But the trouble is, when you do it there, people are going to then start drawing nefarious conclusions. That's just human nature. People are objecting to the offending at that hotel. They're not objecting. They are also objecting to the fact that a sexual offence might happen in their local community. But they are objecting to the offending at the hotel. We can't keep saying, oh, but they're only objecting because it's people of a certain background, because they weren't objecting for the first 2 years it was opened.
So we'll go to Councillor Spears, then we'll go to Councillor Sinclair for the final question. Thank you. Councillor Spears.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to, before I ask my questions, thank 2 people. Thank you, Laura Murtagh, for bringing this up and allowing Council to actually debate it. Secondly, I'd like to thank you coming along. You've been very, very articulate. And the argument seems to be here that everybody's outraged about something. And what's come across today, now that we've had a chance as a council to discuss it, everybody's aggrieved at the same thing.
Yep.
A question then, before I'm asked, how do you see the way forward? Personally, I see the way forward as discussion, groups getting together, discussing things, especially on the item that everybody's aggrieved about, security for children and women especially, not so much the hotel. So, as you know, the local council have no control over who goes there. It's very difficult. But how do you see the way forward, and how do you think the council can help?
Yep, I think it's a great question. I think there's a real opportunity for the council to go from such a terribly damaging event to now showing what it can achieve. And I think the only way to do that is to build that trust, to put pressure. Councillors can put pressure on their local political parties to get the UK government to speed up reforms to this process. The process needs to speed up. I come back to my point, the hotel will need to close down. There is no way back for this hotel, unfortunately. But when we're designing that process for what's going to replace the hotel, everybody has to involve. And I really hope that that's where some of the voices have chosen not to come along today. Some of the more rational voices from that group decide to come along and actually get involved in that discussion. And I think those people can then prove that they're not against immigration, I hope. They're not against these asylum seekers, I hope. But they just want a process by which they can trust people put into their community. And that includes just better background checks. That process has to get better. This shouldn't have happened. This is like an inquiry into a disaster or a disaster at a football stadium or anywhere else. It shouldn't have happened. These incidents shouldn't have happened. There should have been background checks to stop them happening. And I don't think that's an unreasonable request to build into the process. And it used to be there too. It didn't used to be like this. This has been a ridiculously bad process, put in a hurry, and it seems to me it was just put in for profit.
A final question is to you as a businessman. Do you think this has affected the business, tourism, etc. of our town?
I think it will, unfortunately, yes. I mean, it doesn't affect my business. I don't do business in Falkirk, but I have my office based here. But I think people are put off. And I should mention, I didn't mention in my speech, there was a woman got in touch with me and she says she doesn't want to send her own sons and children down into the town anymore because they're not white. And because she does run the risk of getting abuse. And we can't have that. We can't have the fact that, and we have to have the very real idea that people are afraid to go into town when these protests are going on. And people don't want to send their kids down into town in case they're getting abused. We can't normalise that kind of 1970s, 80s racism again. That is not the majority in Falkirk. It's not the majority of the other side, but it is there.
Thanks very much for that. We'll go to Councillor Sinclair for the final question.
Thank you, Provost. With your indulgence, there's a number of short questions that I have, but I'll try and keep them as brief as possible. And thank you, Mr. Ryan. I think you've shown here today that there is a reasonable balance to be struck in the language that we're using, that people have legitimate concerns, but unfortunately those concerns can be exploited. Would you agree with me that trust is fostered through accurate information and access to accurate information?
Yes, absolutely. And I don't know how we can get to that accurate information given the criminal process and so on.
Okay, thank you. So my question following on from that is, do you know currently how many asylum seekers there are in the UK?
I think it's around 100,000.
Just about. It's just shy of 110,000.
Yeah.
So according to reports, there's no officially reported statistics from government sources, but accurate reports and verified reports suggest there are a number of criminal convictions within that body. Would you hazard a guess as to what the percentage of that, the rate of criminal conviction of that is?
Based on the statistic I've been quoting all day, I reckon it's probably about 5%. I reckon about 5% will be sexual offending a little bit more than or offending generally.
Okay, so the total number of convictions equates to 0.18% of that population. Does that surprise you?
Yes, it does.
Okay, so would you then agree with me?
I'm sorry, I just want to clarify that statistic is never recorded anywhere, so police don't record the background of someone convicted. So I'd be wary of that statistic. If that is a statistic, we've got a real problem at the Claddon because it's much higher.
So I think that it shows to me the real nub of this is based on misinformation. There's a lot of rumour and conjecture around there, and unfortunately, I think it was Churchill that said that by the time the truth's got his pants on, a lie's been round the world 102 times. So do you not agree then that the real issue here is allowing people to foster that trust and relationship built on accurate information, but believing the accurate information people are given? Because there's a significant amount of not just misunderstanding, but a deliberate willingness to subvert the truth.
Well, what would bring you back to is the numbers for the cladding. So if we do get to a point, and we maybe haven't reached that point, if we do get to a point where it reaches 4, 5, 6, 7, is there a number at which there's offending rate at the cladding is so far outstripping the rest of the UK that you would give rise to concern, or you would raise that concern?
So I think we need to move away from speculation and talk about fact, because this is where it's fostered.
I mean, just with respect, I just wanted to get to that point, because this frustrates me. Is there a number of offending rates? So if there was a number of convictions at the cladding for offences, is there a number at which you would then feel this is now a problem and it's a area for concern because they're above the rate of offending for the rest of the UK?
So I think we've already heard from a number of colleagues in here that there is a level of concern about violence against women and girls anyway, and violence.
Is there? But it is an important point though. Is there a number?
Excuse me.
Provost, I think
we're getting into dialogue here. Could we just stick to answering the questions, please?
I think.
What was the question? Sorry.
So no. I think I'm finished with my questions now, because I think I've made the points I want to make.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Sinclair. And I'd like to thank Mr. Ryan for his deputation, and I'm sure you've had a fair hearing. If you would like to take your seat, please. Okay. So we'll now go to Dr. Sarah Stewart. She's going to speak on behalf of the Friends of Scottish Settlers. You've got 10 minutes, Dr. Stewart.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Thank you. Thanks. I'm Sarah, and I run FOSS, which we are a befriending charity in Falkirk that extends a hand of welcome and solidarity to newcomers who are at risk of isolation and poverty. And this has included a regular presence for the past 4 years at the former hotel that is currently serving as Home Office asylum accommodation. I echo a lot of Falkirk for All's requests and comments, so I'm not going to rehash them here. I'm going to keep my contribution short and let you ask any questions if you have them. So thank you for having me. Thank you for listening. I want to begin by paying tribute to Falkirk people that I have witnessed in my time at FOSS. I want to pay tribute to the filmmaker who took it upon himself to always make sure visitors were offered a cup of tea at the ex-hotel asylum facility where he was awaiting the outcome of his asylum claim. I want to pay tribute to the aspiring bus driver from Somalia who has experienced every form of cruelty imaginable, and a lot of forms of cruelty that you and I can probably never imagine, who after 2 years of limbo received his refugee status, and from whom I have known only kindness, generosity of spirit, and a boundless love for football. I want to pay tribute to the local volunteer, one of many. With the openness to find in the asylum-seeking people, he volunteers with the tools and understanding he needed to make a positive difference to his own well-being. I want to pay tribute to the established local people who write welcome cards to newcomers, and to the men in the former hotel who decided to write cards back. I also want to pay tribute to the local man who has been attending protests but who has reached out in good faith to those standing on the other side of the road to sit together as people and discuss a way forward. And I want to pay tribute to the person standing opposite him who has made that a possibility. These examples are what come to my mind when I think of my experience of people in the asylum system and integration in Falkirk. Integration is multi-directional, and it is happening all the time as our communities change. People are born, arrive from elsewhere, leave and return, live their lives and pass on. Migration is one part of the integrating all of us do. Integration is rewarding and it is struggle, and this work is expected of some of us much more than others. These examples illustrate a basic level of dignity and humanity that I observe people extending to one another every day, whether they have lived in Falkirk all their lives or have been placed here yesterday by the Home Office. What I witness in my work is people taking the trouble to try to understand one another. learning from and helping each other, finding better ways of coexisting together. Despite a brutal asylum system, this has all been happening unremarkably in Falkirk for a long time. It has happened unremarkably because, as people at FOSS know firsthand, the men in Falkirk's asylum facility are ordinary human beings. They are cricketers, coffee drinkers, tea enthusiasts, doctors, runners, history buffs, footballers, teachers, painter decorators, engineers, or they would be if they were allowed to work. Cooks, gardeners, volunteers, artists, computer programmers, people into board games and dancing, entrepreneurs, farmers, barbers, students, Christians, Muslims, lorry drivers and storytellers. They are doting, worried and often bereaved fathers, brothers, nephews, uncles and sons. And I emphasize this because the continual dehumanization has meant violence and intimidation are being routinely inflicted on people guilty of the terrible crime of trying to live a normal life. Those in the asylum system and other local people working to integrate into community that includes everyone. Fear of the demonized unknown is keeping people from moving around their community freely. And I'm just going to conclude with this brief contribution to say I'd like Falkirk Council to consider what leadership in defence of democracy means in this context. What concrete steps you will take again and again and again to stand for a Falkirk that is a sanctuary for everyone, that rejects the dehumanisation and disinformation that is threatening deep local cultures of hospitality, dignity, justice and mutual respect. There are many, many local people, organisations and institutions already doing the work to stand in that integrity. And this Riven community, which I suspect is more united than it appears at the moment, needs you to play your part. So I'm going to leave it there, and if anyone has any questions, I'm here.
Okay, thanks for your contribution, Dr. Stewart. Does any member have any questions for Dr. Stewart? Councillor Patterson.
Thanks, Provost. Thank you, Dr. Stewart. That was really insightful. And you did just briefly mention, of course, that asylum seekers aren't entitled to work. But I wonder if you could comment on, and I don't expect any specific details, of course, but just about the contributions that the residents are already and have been making to our local communities, because I know that there's a huge amount of, unpaid work going on behind the scenes. So I wonder if you could just give us an idea of what that looks like.
Sure. People are volunteers. It can be difficult for people because they're going through a lot. Their families are often in danger. So there's a huge burden that people are dealing with. But even then, there are local organisations, and I'm not going to name them because I don't have the consent to name them. And as we know, there's been a culture of intimidation. But they have been receiving people for a long time now, for years now. Learning from people, it's a huge burden to have to teach people about yourself when there is not the same consciousness, for instance, that we have about Ukraine. In the media, if you come from Eritrea, if you come from Iran, I see this all the time, and people struggle to do this because of the people receive £10 a week, so travelling beyond a walkable distance is out of the question for a lot of people. And so there are huge barriers to that, but even so, people still, try their hardest to make it work. That's what I see. And I also just want to pay tribute to the local people who are trying. We will make mistakes. We try again. There's a lot of grace that is extended on both sides that I have experienced. So I don't know if that really answers your questions. I can't give you specific details.
No, do you know, I do appreciate that, and I think it is telling though, because I know, and I'm sure all the members here know, that there's huge amounts of volunteer work and contributions to our community that, you know, they're not seen and they're not reported for obvious reasons. But I think it is important that we keep it in mind, because like you say, there's a lot of dehumanisation that goes on. No, but I really appreciate that. Thank you very much, Doctor.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. We'll now go to Councillor Murtagh.
Thanks, Provost, and thanks, Sarah, for your contribution. You mentioned about the local volunteering, both from the asylum seekers themselves, and I think it's really, I can't imagine another scenario where we wouldn't celebrate and want to talk about where people were volunteering and what they were doing, and it's very, very sad. I don't know if you can see how you feel about that and how the asylum seekers themselves and your volunteers feel about that, but I wanted to ask you whether you had found that there had been a decrease in interest from the general public in volunteering to help, or whether that actually the protests have had the opposite effect.
They seem to have had the opposite effect. We have been fielding a lot of not just volunteering, welcome cards. There has been quite an outpouring, all sorts of offers to donate, to help from people who have been frightened by the situation, and are aggrieved that this doesn't reflect the place that they know, where they live, and this is it certainly makes us feel better. It helps us continue to do that. The volunteers that we have are very steadfast, and they understand the importance of what they do. And also, I'm also really grateful to the men who continue to engage as well, despite all of this. So that's been our experience anyway.
Thank you. You mentioned that FOSS have been going for a lot longer than what the Claddon was, since asylum seekers have come to the Claddon. And we've heard today that there was relatively no issues with that, certainly no protests about that until recently. Can you say what changed in terms of why, why the kind of, if you were dealing mostly with refugees from other areas prior, when did that sort of change, and is it COVID? Is it since Brexit? Is it since whatever that's come about that it's changed?
Can you repeat what has changed?
So before, like FOSS was obviously in operation before men went into the Claddon, and obviously we didn't have the Claddon prior to we all talk about COVID, but that also coincides with Brexit as well. Did you have to support men in this way coming over on small boats, for example? I know they've not all come over in small boats prior to that, or is this a new problem over the last few years?
Well, my involvement in FOSS dates from around the time of the Claddon, so I can't. I will express is secondhand in terms of FOSS was actually formed when families from Syria began to arrive, and that is something that we're proud of. We're a community response of welcome to people who are seeking sanctuary in Falkirk. And so we also have, we also work with, Ukrainians, anyone actually. It doesn't matter what your immigration status has been. Anyone who reaches out, who would like a local to help orient them and point them in the right direction. So I can't speak to those before times, but I can speak to the hotel, even though people are enduring a lot of, a very difficult period in their lives. We have operated without incident. We've been there weekly for 4 years until about a month ago. So it doesn't matter who we've been supporting. That's been what's changed, not the populations.
And can I just ask you finally, when it comes to particularly when the protests happen and the counter protests outside, how have you got any sense of how the men feel when that's happening? Have they been able to, I don't want you to betray anything that would be sensitive or anything like that, but how do they feel about the situation that they're in? And, have you had any feedback on that at all?
I can't speak for all of them because people cope in very different ways. People can be pretty staunch about, particularly people who have gone through the sort of horror that a lot of these guys have experienced. I will say that that people sticking up for them has been appreciated and is very heartening. As you can imagine, people publicly, saying what the situation actually is. And so, that helps. Those are the sort of reports that I've gotten back. But yeah, people are managing as best they can, and they're not always going to, talk to me specifically about it. So.
Thank you, Sarah.
Okay, thanks very much. We'll now go to Councillor Hannah, then we'll leave the final question to Councillor Binney. Thank you.
Thank you, Provost. And thank you very much, Sarah, for coming along today. And thank you for all the work that you and your organisation do in support of asylum seekers. The previous deputation talked a bit about the concern about there not being adequate asylum seeker checks. Now, I'm aware that asylum seekers do undergo security checks and identity checks and biometrics on arrival in the UK. Is it your view that there are sufficient background checks on people? You've spoken to far more asylum seekers than I have. Is it your view that they have been well screened before they are sent round the country?
Yes, it also is my understanding that people do receive the checks that are possible when people are fleeing war. And so I'm puzzled by at the same time the assertion that there will be the same number of offending amongst a group of men, while at the same time saying that background checks will sort that all out. Because also someone is in this country, as Councillor Murtagh has pointed out, meant to be innocent until proven guilty. I also just want to point out that I have never heard this concern about any Ukrainian that has arrived. And I think this is also down to a climate of what people are prepared to believe without substantiation, and what they will reject. And so I do know that background checks are carried out before people arrive, or before people arrive in Falkirk. So I am unclear on how something like that is going to, I suppose, single-handedly change the situation, because, you know, yeah. So I seem to have a similar understanding to yourself, because I think what happens when you know, the dehumanization that I've talked about happens, is that the jury is always out, and it doesn't matter what a person does, what, you know, the amount of volunteering that they do, you know, it doesn't matter how squeaky clean they might be. The jury is always out. There's always the threat of, you know, of what has been going on. So I think it's more than that. You know, there is a climate of fear that I think requires all of us to lead with facts, and understanding of each other's humanity, everyone's.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Provost.
Thanks, Councillor Hannah. We'll now go to Councillor Binney for the final question. Thank you.
Thank you, Provost. I just want to say, Sarah, thank you very much. I like the way you spoke about asylum seekers as people, as humans, like us all, with aspirations and a life and a family. We tend to forget that. And I think what's happening at the moment, they're getting dehumanised actually out there. People don't know who the asylum seekers are. And it was a great privilege for me to meet many of them, sit down with them, speak to them, eat a meal with them, and find out their stories. And that broke my heart, actually. And I think that's what's missing. And I think was mentioned before by Mr. Ryan, was education. And the media, I think, are at fault here as well, because we're not aware of so much what's happening in African countries. We're aware every day what's happening in Ukraine.
Councillor Binney, do you have a question for
Yes,
Dr.
I do. Thank you. Sorry, Provost. I was getting carried away. So do you think, Sarah, education will help our communities to understand asylum seekers better when it comes to where they're from?
Yes, I think there's a lot of disinformation that's making people fearful, that is having very real impacts on their lives, on their ability to walk around. And so I think we need to be very clear about, just as the example of, at FOSS, we have more of an understanding than most here of risk, because we are, many of us women, going into the hotel every week for 4 years. And as I say, we've been doing this without incident, because we approach things, you know, as we approach the men as any other group of men. And as we've, you know, as we've clarified that, you know, the violence that people are accusing people of is a man problem. And it just, I think that's true, that people need to understand more about, you know, about the countries that people are coming from, the connections that they have with the UK as well. You know, the histories that are there. There are a lot of things that people are unaware of, and also the ways that we coincide. You know, where there, you know, there are a lot of people from Afghanistan who play cricket and play cricket very well. You know, there are lots of opportunities for integration if we are curious enough to sit down with somebody and work out what they need. It's the things that we do every day, and you know, as I say, like I observe regularly the richness that happens when people come together in this way, and it's hard for me to see what Falkirk is missing out on with all of this tension that, you know, that is based on on, there's a lot of misinformation flying about, and it prevents us from coming together and seeing what each of us can do. So, not just the backgrounds of people in the asylum system, but also the nature of the asylum system itself, where people are receiving an allowance and have to be put up in hotels because the government prevents them from working. They're not allowed to earn an income. And so if you're prohibiting someone from earning an income, you then have to compensate for that in some way. And so while no one wants hotels, we think it's an awful, place to warehouse people essentially who aren't allowed to work, or and receive £10 a week, which is not even. There's a long list of things that people aren't allowed to buy with that £10. They're not even allowed to spend it on whatever they want. So. There's a lot of misinformation about what people actually experience, as well as the conflicts that they are fleeing from and what's actually possible. So thank you for your question.
Okay, thank you. And thanks for your contribution, Dr. Stewart. I would just like to thank all the deputies for their contribution, and hopefully they feel they've had a fair hearing. We'll now have a 5-minute comfort break before we move to the motion itself. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, everyone. We'll now go to the motion, and it's questions to officers, and the questions should be on the substance of the report. And there's no
Provost.
amendment, so there'll be no debate. So if there's any questions for officers on the motion, Councillor Sinclair.
Provost, can I just clarify there? It's question to officers on the substance of the motion.
Of the motion.
There's normally a process where we can ask questions based on some of the information that's held in the deputations. Would that be acceptable at this point?
The deputations were in relation to the motion, so it's broadly the same subject matter.
Okay, thank you. Promise, with your indulgence, I have one question, and it's to our education services. We heard some commentary about gender-based violence, violence against women and girls, and violence in general, as well as positive relationships. So I wonder if the director could outline what work is currently ongoing in our schools across the district to promote positive relationships and educating about gender-based violence and violence prevention.
Mr. Reid.
Thank you, Provost. Thank you, Councillor Sinclair. Yes, I can. I mean, we have across our primary and secondary schools really well-established programmes which cover respect, equality, diversity, and anti-racism, and they're really embedded in the curriculum and reinforced through a wide different range of approaches. We also have a Mentors in Violence Prevention programme, which is all about challenging gender-based violence, running in all 8 of our secondary schools. And my understanding is there are only 13 out of 32 authorities in Scotland who have that running in every one of their secondary schools. So it's very wide ranging. We also have a range of other programmes running in our schools with the likes of other partners like Rape Crisis Scotland, and violence against women and girls is included as part of our PSE programmes from early level onwards. So content around gender stereotypes is mapped out right through all of primary and all of secondary.
Thank you. That's all I had to ask.
Thank you very much, Councillor Sinclair. We'll now go to Councillor Patterson.
Thanks, Provost. Apologies if it puts officers on the spot, but I'm sure that they'll be able to give us an indication. When we had our deputations, I think Nerys had raised the suggestion that we should have a better focus on feminist infrastructure when we're talking about planning our town and villages. So I wondered if officers were able to comment on what approach we take at the moment and what we could be doing more. And also, I think it might have been Kenneth who raised a call for better communication from the council to challenge misinformation. So I wonder if we could have comment on that, on what we're doing at the moment and what we hope to be able to achieve.
Okay, Mr. Benny.
My apologies, Chair. I missed the start of that question. I thought it was directed to Ken.
No problems, Mr. Benny. So the first part of the question is, what framework do we use at the moment when we're planning infrastructure around the town? So specifically street lighting, maybe public transport. Are we planning that through a feminist lens at the moment to prioritise safety of women and children? And equally, what are we doing at the moment to communicate and battle misinformation, and where could we be improving on that?
Through you, Chair. I'll need to come back with information about the approach taken by the roads team with regards to street lighting and public transport installations. Happy to pass to Kenneth for the secondary point.
Mr. Laurie.
Yeah, thank you, Provost. So we have a group which I chair of officers in relation to the position of the Gladden Hotel. So that is in part about maintaining an overview of the position and the developments that are taking place. And it's partly about the impacts in the community, and it's partly about any actions we should then take in line with our responsibilities around about community cohesion, our duty to promote that, issues around education, and John's already touched on some of that, or indeed about challenging misinformation. Now, these meetings have been recently set up. We're going to have them weekly. And I think an important part of that, not least flowing from today's debate and discussion, is what more we need to do in terms of information, public information, challenging misinformation. So that is a live issue. It's something that I think we need to do more on, and we're very conscious of the need for that as we move forward.
Yeah, thanks. I do appreciate that it's a big question, but I think, you know, as a council, we have been saying it for a few weeks now, and we've heard it from our deputations today that we do need better communication on this. Otherwise, we're just echoing each other. So I appreciate that answer, but I really would like an update on that moving forward.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Patterson. Now go to Bailey Care.
Thank you, Provost. It was mentioned through the many debates earlier on regarding Falkirk being an inclusive area, and I feel we are. We welcome everybody. Can I just ask Mr. Reid how many nationalities we have in our schools?
I wouldn't be able to give you the exact figure. What I can tell you is there's just over 15% of young people across our ASN primary and secondary establishment from minority ethnic groups. What I would also add that these are successful, very successful children and young people, hardworking, happy, and they're an important part of the school community just as much as anyone else is. I can get back to you with the exact figure for national.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Provost.
Thanks, Bailey Care. Move to Councillor Hannah now.
Thank you, Provost. There's been some reference to the powers of, and I wonder if officers could say a little more about the level of information and consultation at the time when the decision was made to put asylum seekers into the Cladden Hotel, and the powers and responsibilities that Falkirk Council have that are related to this whole issue. Because I think it's important that people understand what we can and cannot do.
Mr. Laurie first, and then we'll go to Mr. Moody.
Yes, thank you, Provost. So on the issue of consultation, I have to say it was quite limited, and there was no option to say that we wouldn't accept it, or it wasn't something that we would have. So the Home Office were clear it was happening. So it was really, in effect, relatively short notice of what was going to happen, perhaps rather than something which would constitute a consultation.
Mr. Moody.
And in relation to the question of what powers does the council have to say yea or nay or regulate what happens within the hotel or the use of the hotel, the answer is we have no power in relation to that. That issue has been explored both in relation to licensing as to whether an HMO license is required. It's not. It's also been explored in relation to the issue of whether there was a change of use in terms of the planning legislation. Members may be aware of that issue arising in a hotel in Epping Forest in England. The matter has been explored at some length in relation to the Scottish legislation. The conclusion is that there is not a change of use in this instance here, and accordingly no permission is required by the owner of the hotel.
Thank you. Thank you both. And just one other issue. I wonder if officers could maybe say a little bit about how much of this motion simply is a restatement of Falkirk values, things that the council is already committed to.
Thank you, Provost. And broadly speaking, I'd say that is the case. We operate in the context both of our public sector equality duty and also in the context of our council plan and our commitments to equalities and inclusion and opportunity for all. So my own view would be, broadly speaking, the motion does sit within that context.
Thank you, Provost.
Thank you very much. We'll now go to Councillor Meikle-John.
Thanks, Provost. And Councillor has already asked in relation to the hotel. I just wondered, because this did come up previously at a meeting around the checks that happen around asylum seekers. And I know that we recently updated our frequently asked questions and made that more robust. And I just wondered if there was anything that we could add to what is known in relation to the checks that are done as asylum seekers arrive on the shores of the UK.
Okay, thanks for that, Councillor Meikle-John. We'll go to Mr Gillespie.
Thanks, Provost. I hope you can hear me. Yes, we do have the website. We're updating the website, and we are using our third sector partners NATS to continue to update that and make sure that all the information is relevant. We will look at making sure that it's very clear within the website in regards to what checks are there, Councillor Meikle-John. But as always, and I've offered this before, Provost, I have a team that work very closely with third sector, asylum and the resettlement teams, and it's the one source of good information is through our website and through using the third sector, as I heard earlier, whether it's through FOS, CESREC or any of the others, and they're the areas that we promote that. But certainly I'll have a look at that and make sure that information's on the website, Provost.
Okay, thanks very much, Mr Gillespie. I'll now go to Councillor Garner.
Sorry, I took Councillor Garner's question for him.
Okay, we'll go to Councillor Spears.
Thank you, Provost. First question is for the Chief Executive. You said a group of officers meet to discuss this every week, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Thank you. Will this information then that's been gathered and any decisions made be made public or available to elected members?
I mean, yes, the group will make decisions or come to a view on issues around about community cohesion actions we should be taking. I think it'd be helpful to update members on a regular basis in relation to that, so that everybody has a shared understanding of where we are and what actions are being proposed.
Okay, thank you. I hope and pray that today will take some of the heat out of this situation. As I've said earlier, it's only by discussion that we can move forward. What positive outcome can we make to come out of today's meeting? Remember, community is made up of people. People make a community. People talk. Not always good. But what we want to come out of this, and I thank Laura sincerely for bringing it to the table, because it had to come to the table. It's taken too long to come to the table. The people of our community, if we don't have them working, or we're not seen to be working for them,
Provost, my
then
understanding is
community
questions.
crumbles.
Fair point. Is there a question, Councillor Spears?
That is, what are we going to do to come out of today's meeting? Are we going to organise a group discussion with all parties, get them round the table? That would have been helpful months ago.
Okay, thank you.
Because our town's reputation is at stake here.
Thanks very much. If there are no further questions, we'll now go to Councillor Murtagh to move our motion. 8 minutes, Councillor Murtagh.
Thanks for the reminder, Provost. So from what we've heard already today, it's clear that one of the biggest challenges that we face is the issue of misinformation and how it fuels anger and division. And since this motion is about bringing communities together and finding better ways to ensure all voices are heard, I think it's important that people take the time to read the text thoroughly. And while I'm not going to do so here, I just want to highlight a couple of points, and in particular the second paragraph, which reads, Council condemns all forms of discrimination, including racism, sectarianism, Islamophobia and anti-Semitism. We recognise current tensions within our communities and reaffirm our commitment to fostering a cohesive, inclusive Falkirk where everyone is treated with dignity and respect. And also points 3 and 4 towards the end of the motion, which is, just as Councillor Spears was asking about, the work to bring people together across communities, regardless of their differences, fostering unity and understanding. And 4, to work across all our services to tackle misinformation, build trust and strengthen community cohesion. And I hope that those are words we can all unite behind. I'm pleased that no amendments have been put forward, though I know and have witnessed how the valuable contributions and perspectives that colleagues have brought to the table. This motion recognises that people have concerns about many issues and that all voices deserve to be heard, especially by those making decisions on their behalf. But it's also about standing firmly together as a council and as representatives of our communities against the demonisation and scapegoating of entire groups, recognising that the kind of othering is dangerous, truly dangerous, and that unless we find a way to talk with each other constructively, to reduce the tension, the hate and the anger, which we have seen in our streets and indeed online, there is no point in pretending that we haven't seen that. Unless we tackle dangerous misinformation and the slander of innocent people, we risk consequences that history has shown us time and again we should have acted to prevent. Politicians need to be leaders, whatever level they are elected at. When dangerous language is used, we must challenge it, not repeat it or pander to it. Yes, we must de-escalate and find common ground. And I truly believe that we do all have more in common, all of us. But compromise is not the same as appeasement. Listening and learning through respectful dialogue is not the same as giving ground to dangerous rhetoric. We need to listen and we need to adjust and include and we need to communicate better. That's clear. We do not need to repeat falsehoods or use language that emboldens division and fear. The motion includes a key point that no person seeking asylum and awaiting a decision is illegal. It is not illegal to enter the UK without documents if you then claim asylum. If you enter without documents and then you don't claim asylum, that's a different story, but that's not what we're facing here in Falkirk. The reason that that is important, as what Dr. Stewart was saying, is because it's so often the term illegals, dehumanising in itself, which is used to justify so much anger and hatred towards these men. It is everywhere in threads all over social media. I'm not racist, but they're illegal. No, they are not. Not all residents in the Claddon will be angels or model citizens, and we know that, but neither is everybody in this room. A horrific crime was committed by an asylum seeker housed there, and that person convicted. Everyone condemns that. But it is not justice to label all residents as rapists and sexual predators, just as it wouldn't be fair to label all clergy or politicians or sports people or journalists or celebrities or any other group who have been recently convicted of these crimes that we see in the public eye. As politicians, we must always have at heart of what we do, the safety and protection and prosperity of the people and the communities we serve. But we must also always stand up for our values and for our common humanity. Earlier in the motion, I mentioned othering and the dangerous rhetoric. Using terms like those beasts to refer to people seeking asylum cannot be anything other than dehumanising. And I have seen that term and others like it so often. And when we dehumanise, when we accept that language as a society to apply to other human beings, we excuse ourselves from the standards we are entitled to expect of one another. History teaches us that we also allow ourselves to look the privilege of looking the other way. We've seen banners in Falkirk saying, "Kill them all," signs labelling asylum seekers as rapists and paedophiles, Islamophobic slogans, white supremacy slogans. We've heard other things too. We've seen innocent people followed home for having an opposite point of view, accused of being sex offenders, had mobs turned up outside their homes, been doxxed, been threatened, been frightened. We have seen people who have made this country their home, who have lived here and have loved living here, being abused in the street, being told to go back to a country they may never have even visited. 6 months ago, if you'd told me people would be patrolling parks to challenge those who don't look British about why they are there, I wouldn't have believed you. But here we are. We need to come together as a community, yes. But we also need to be clear. There is no excuse for any of that, no matter how angry you are, no matter how unheard you feel. And I've said it many times, and I'll say it clearly again now. I do not believe that everyone protesting against asylum seekers is racist or fascist or far right. But we must not pretend that there have not been racist speakers and chants and gestures and far right agitators exploiting people's fears. None of us should be afraid to call that out. Sexual violence and the safety of women and children are often cited as the reasons for protest. But as we've heard today, survivors have been shouted down and abused while sharing their stories. Women have been sexually gestured at, called vile names, and even told that they and their children will be raped next. Despite claims of defending Christian values that we often hear, I listened in horror to the abuse shouted while Reverend Sarah was speaking about all of us being each other's neighbours, about doing unto others as we would have done unto us, and about the Christian values of love and forgiveness. Those values are shared by so many faiths and none. They are the values of common humanity, and we must find a way to enact them in bringing our communities back together. I'm asking for unanimous support for this motion from colleagues, but I'm also asking for that little bit more, that we each take an active role in bringing our communities together, because we need this, and we need this as a priority right now. That despite the obstacles and the tensions, we all play our part, however different those parts may be, to give voice to all without unfairly prioritising one group's right to be heard over another. I move this motion in the hope that together we can rebuild trust, compassion and unity in our communities, because all of us in here and out there have a part to play.
Thanks very much, Councillor Murtagh. Do you have a seconder?
Provost. Thank you. I support the motion and I'm content to second. Council has clear duties that apply to everyone equally in keeping our community safe, giving clear information and treating with dignity and respect. And the Chief Executive has already highlighted that legally the public sector equality duty is our governance, and within that our Falkirk plan. Falkirk's always been welcoming. We have a proud history of building diverse communities with those who choose to make their home in Scotland. In recent years, we've offered safety to people fleeing war, persecution and abuse, families torn apart and living in danger. We've made real progress towards becoming a fairer and more inclusive society built on equality, diversity and justice. We now need to make sure that that continues and not does spiral into decline. Community cohesion is about strong relationships and a shared sense of belonging. It means people from different backgrounds working together, feeling respected and trusting one another, regardless of faith, income, age or ability. Where cohesion is strong, conflict is reduced, peace and understanding grow, democracy is strengthened and lives improve for everyone. But today, racism and online disinformation are fueling unrest. Local authorities have warned of urgent action that's needed through strong leadership, local and national, and for clear, coordinated messages to challenge these harmful narratives. It's a source of frustration that we have not always done enough to support our communities in this work. Continued assaults on public spending have weakened cohesion. It's become easy for politicians to point out what they want you to blame, like asylum seekers, who in turn become the target of anger and intimidation. Human beings, many of whom have fled violence and abuse, end up facing more hostility thanks to the failure of governments. We must nurture belonging. For those who choose Falkirk and those who have no choice, perhaps we've not done enough to support communities, to welcome them, especially when they are bombarded with the negative stories about immigration. But the challenge is to build a Scotland-wide strategy that strengthens our shared identity. Scotland that's welcoming, generous, courageous, and a nation that recognises the strength of all people, regardless of background. As the saying goes, we're all Jock Tamson's bairns. As a council, we must take a more strategic role in building connections, especially in places of most at risk of unrest. We cannot react when divisions arise. We must build communities that are resilient, open and inclusive so they can thrive. Change will not happen overnight and the current situation cannot continue. What we must do is come together with a shared willingness to resolve our differences through constructive dialogue and reasonable debate. The current situation where language that incites hatred, abusive behaviour and further decline in the way that we have behaved towards one another is not the modern, inclusive Scotland that we all know and have strived to build. Our communities are successful when they work together in the interests of everyone, when we reject the othering of those who are most vulnerable, and when we recognise and appreciate that we're all human, deserving of safety, inclusion, and most importantly, deserving of respect. To support that process, as the Chief Executive's already indicated, I asked a few weeks ago and tasked an officer group to specifically look at how we can take forward work on engaging with communities and organisations, inclusive to all, to develop a strategy for Falkirk on community cohesion. And I believe Falkirk, with the cooperation, commitment and working collegiately, can navigate the challenges we face and lead the way. Thank you, Provost.
Thanks very much, Councillor Meikle-John. I'll now go to the group leaders for any comment. Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Provost. I want to thank Laura for bringing forward this motion. As has been said already, I don't think any of us would have thought 6 months ago that such a motion would have been necessary. And I'm very much saddened by the need to discuss and debate these issues. So I'm very happy to support the motion, but I also want to just say for a moment, can we make sure that we get it in context? A recent Ipsos poll showed that the priorities that people have are the state of the NHS, energy bills, the cost of living. Those are the things that are making people angry and anxious. And I think turning that anger on a small group of people is unacceptable. And I'm really happy that we are all on the same page on this one.
Thanks very much, Councillor Hannah. We'll now go to Bailikia.
Thanks, Provost. The 4 points in the motion, as was my understanding before we came into this room, and I fully support what is reaffirming our commitment. But remembering, as Councillor Spears mentioned earlier on, there's two sides to every story. And when people use these 4 points, both sides can get their point across. Thanks, Prof.
Thanks very much, Bailikia. We'll now go to Councillor Spears.
Thank you. I support this motion. I'd like to thank Councillor Murtagh for bringing it forward. I'd like to thank Council for not opposing it. Cohesion across the Council is needed to address this problem. This is not a symbolic motion. Something must come out of this motion. We need to make it more than symbolic. We need to, and I believe there's a group already established, we need to answer the people who are asking the questions. That's our constituents. That's our community. This is our district. We're elected to do the best for it. Answering difficult questions is part of that. I was out speaking to them, people outside earlier. All very nice people. You know, speaking away, they have legitimate concerns. We need to address everybody's concerns and get back to, not quite what we were before, but get back to some sort of a harmony, because this is doing Falkirk District harm. It's doing our town harm. So we are tasked with that responsibility, and I'm sure we'll rise to the occasion working together. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Spears. Any other independent members wish to make any comment? No. Does Council agree to the motion?
Agreed.
Agreed. Thank you. So agenda item 5, financial strategy. It's a report by Director of Transformation, Communities and Corporate Services, pages 32 to 39, 8 to 97. Officer introductions are by exception and at the consent of myself, and I've agreed that Mrs Templeman will give an overview of the financial strategy. And there's not been any amendment received, so there has been an amendment received, so there will be a debate. Mr Lorry.
Yeah, thank you, Provost. And I just want to say a few words, and I'll pass over to Amanda for to pick up a number of other key points. So this is a really important part of our council planning framework. Very grateful to Amanda and her team and colleagues who have brought this forward and done a lot of work to get us to this point. I think it's important to recognise that from a strategic finance perspective, we are in a stronger position in 25-26 than we were in 24-25, and that's because of the reduced reliance in our last budget on non-recurring funding, and we've spoken about this on a number of occasions. And it clearly is evident that there's a lot more to do here, and there's big challenges ahead, and we need to identify transformation and saving proposals for future years. But what you see in the report, the models in the report, do show a potential way forward for 26-27. Beyond that, the position does remain difficult. However, I suppose the point I'm trying to make is that if we can balance the 26-27 budget without the use of service concessions, then we will have tackled the structural deficit. And be left with the in-year pressures to address each year. Still difficult, but a much improved position to be in. And members will note that the Council is asked to agree in principle to retain 46 million of service concessions for capital investment, with details provided at Appendix 6. So if we can balance the budget in 26-27 without service concessions, there is a real possibility of starting that investment and improving assets for our communities, which I think is something we would all want to see. However, that approach does need a clear commitment from members to focus on council tax, savings, and fees and charges. These are the tools that are available to us. So officers are working to identify and develop new proposals to bring to members. We will need to think creatively and ensure that all of the target operating model principles previously approved by members are explored as part of this work. The report also includes information about budget consultation, and I have previously committed to ensuring that we continue to develop and improve our work in this area. The communications and marketing team and the communities team have both been heavily involved in this work, and I do thank them for that. Again, I recognise this will be an iterative process. Provost, I was also going to draw attention to the governance issues set out at paragraph 5. I recognise that these will be picked up as a result of the motion and ensuing debate. So at that point, if I may, I'll pass over to Amanda.
Thank you.
Thank you, Provost. As with, I just intend to highlight a few additional points to what the Chief Executive's already said. So, as with previous strategies, the focus in this document is on the areas which are under our control, and that's council tax, savings and fees and charges. We do continue to work with COSLA to lobby collectively on behalf of local government to try and secure an improved funding position. However, at this point, we're not anticipating any significant improvements to our funding allocation. Members may also be aware that it's now expected that the Scottish Government budget will be announced on the 15th of January next year, and so the timeframe for pulling the budget together for the start of March is incredibly tight. Kenneth has already noted the overall financial challenges, and as he flagged, it's important to note the strategy does not set out a definitive model for approval, and that will be what comes forward in the budget report in March. And in the meantime, work will continue to try and identify further proposals for members to consider, particularly for 27-28 and beyond. At this stage, our 5-year gap is estimated at 43.9 million, and that's based on a 7% council tax increase per annum. And one of the main reasons for the reduction is the removal of pressures relating to children and families from the council budget, as these will be shown in the Health and Social Care Partnership budget. However, it is likely that the council will have to identify some funding, possibly on a non-recurring basis, to support that area. The financial challenges within the Health and Social Care Partnership are a significant risk for the council. At the members' briefing, there was discussion on the presentation of the gap figures, and following that, I would look to incorporate some changes into the next financial strategy. An important part of that is that the strategy assumes a 7% council tax increase in each year, which to some extent makes the gross gap unclear. For the avoidance of doubt, the gross gap, i.e. with no council tax increase, would be 25.25 million in 26-27, and that's the equivalent of around 27.8% increase in council tax. We have made some changes to the financial strategy document this year. So that includes changes to the capital strategy reporting process, updates to the potential indicators for decisions that have been taken at the budget. There's more detail on the Council of the Future projects, and that directly ties into best value recommendations. We've included some brief information on savings and fees and charges proposals which may come forward in the budget for approval. And we've included some information on the list of capital projects which are under development and which may come forward in the budget. In terms of that latter point, in the 25-26 budget included a 1.5% of council tax being ring-fenced for investment purposes. And the plan is that the work to develop projects will allow a proposed list of proposals to come forward to members in March, should members wish to agree to ring-fence an element of council tax again. The budget report in March included a reserves policy and noted that a review of reserves would be undertaken to identify funds which could be redirected towards known or anticipated pressures. And fundamentally, that is about using non-recurring funds for non-recurring expenditure. A summary of the main areas that could benefit from the reserve is highlighted in the report, but at this stage, members are only asked to agree the application of reserves in 3 areas, and that's the Regeneration Fund, feasibility studies, and the Future Falkirk Board, and officers from Place Services are available to answer questions on those proposals. And finally, members will be aware of the Pride in Place announcement last week, which highlighted that a neighbourhood in Falkirk could receive up to £20 million over 10 years, with a further £1.5 million one-off payment for the local authority for the Pride in Place Impact Fund. Pride in Place Impact Fund will be governed by local authorities who will select the projects, and this will begin in 25-26. We don't have very much detail at the moment about how the programme will work, but as that information becomes available, we will of course update members. And finally, I would like to thank officers across the council for their support in pulling this strategy together. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mr. Laurie and Mrs. Templeman. We'll now open it up for questions to officers. Councillor Meikle-John.
Provost, thank you. Just a couple of questions just for clarification. I just wonder if either Amanda or the Chief Executive would be able to maybe give a wee bit more detail around the financial overview, the global financial overview and the potential projections. And the other aspect I was asked is around some of the variables or the uncertainties we have around our budgets going forward and any potential pressures, additional pressures that may come forward.
Mrs. Templeman.
Thank you. If I maybe make a start and if I miss anything. So at the moment, the economic outlook is fairly uncertain. As we've seen, we have a very low level of growth happening across the UK. So when there's a low level of growth happening, that means that receipts from taxes are reduced or fairly stagnant, and that effectively means there's less funding for public services. And as inflation is remaining stubbornly high, that means our costs are increasing, but it's unlikely our funding will increase to match that. So the position at the moment, as I say, we haven't assumed any increase in our funding for any of the 5 financial years. Obviously, the further you go out, the harder it is to know, or the more uncertain your assumptions are. We have seen through the report on page 45 talks about the Scottish Government's medium-term financial strategy and also the Financial Sustainability Delivery Plan. And both of those documents, I think, really highlight the challenging position that the Scottish Government is facing, and the estimate that spending requirements will continue to outpace growth. And there's certain areas which we know, for instance, social security spend and NHS budgets, where we expect there to be significant pressures that could result in a reduction in funding for other, what we tend to class as unprotected services, which is quite often local government. However, at this stage, because the budget has been delayed, and that's in part because of the UK government's date for their budget, there isn't very much certainty on where we're going to end up. So at the moment, we're trying to be as prudent as possible, and we're anticipating flat cash for 26-27. I suppose that's our biggest uncertainty going forward. I mean, the kind of 2 main areas that I think impact on us significantly are the funding settlement and the pay award. We have some more certainty over pay awards to a degree because of the 2-year settlement for the SGC, but we're still obviously in negotiation for teachers, so there's uncertainty there. I think that stagnant growth in the UK sort of environment means that we are seeing the gilt rates for UK borrowing staying stubbornly high, and that because our long-term borrowing as a council is based on that gilt rate plus a percentage, that makes our long-term borrowing look really expensive. So at the moment, and you'll see it coming up in the reports to executive on capital and treasury, we are still sort of trying to focus on that shorter medium-term borrowing, but because all local authorities are in that same boat, that can make the sort of availability of funds quite difficult. So there's lots of uncertainty in the mix. What we've tried to do is put forward our gap based on the best information we have at this time. And I suppose the other big area of risk and uncertainty that I mentioned is around the demands and pressures that are on the Health and Social Care Partnership, and certainly the budget will be a really important aspect of understanding whether there's any support or ring fence funding that's to go to the partnership. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mrs. Templeman. I now go to Councillor Murtagh.
Thank you, Provost. I actually have sort of two sections of questions, but Amanda has answered, I think, just about all of them in what she's already said. But just to clarify on what you said about the gap, because I think obviously we know misinformation and information is really critical on this issue too. So you say that when we take out the assumed council tax, 7%, etc., the gap for this year's, I think you said 25 million, 25.25 or something million, and that would be if there was no other, another monies or whatever what we're working on, that would be a 27% increase in council tax. Is that what you said?
Thank you. Yeah, I probably should have explained that a bit better. So you're absolutely right. It's 25.25 million. And if no other savings or no other fees and charges were accepted, then it would be a 27.8% increase. I would just say that would come down a little bit because members have already approved some savings that will come into 26-27. So we know that it would reduce. But that's the basis of that.
Thank you. So it's just in terms of for complete clarity for the public, effectively at the moment, we have £25 million gap to fill as elected members. We now, as per what this strategy says, have to take that from council tax increases, fees and charges, and other savings. And we have to find that balance. And that's the figures that we're working on. So I think Amanda has answered all my other questions in terms of what I already had, but I do have some questions for the Chief Executive on some other parts of the paper. So it's noted in recommendation 11 and then in the main report at 5.3 that in the main effect, the FSG, the Financial Strategy Group, terms of reference remains unchanged. Can the Chief Executive give the reasoning behind that decision and how it was reached?
So, Laurie?
Yes, thank you, Provost. The first thing to say, I think, is that the terms of reference is not unchanged. So there's been a number of changes. So this is on pages 84 and 85, I think it is, of the document. So there's been some changes round about the section of transparency and accountability, some changes round about the position of the Council of the Future and reporting into the Financial Strategy Group, and one or two other minor changes. So they're not unchanged. But members will recall that we had an independent piece of work carried out for us on collaborative leadership. A number of elected members were involved in that process. We had some discussion about that at the elected member away day on the 2nd of September, and the report has been shared with all members. Now, one of the recommendations of that report, recommendation 2, was it identified the need for the FSG to consider the issues raised in the report about the operation and effectiveness of the group. So there was a discussion, an informal discussion, which the FSG undertook on the 14th of August. And really that discussion fell into 3 parts. The first of those was a consideration of the terms of reference and whether any changes were required. And you'll see the changes reflected in the report. The second was a discussion in line with that recommendation from the Collaborative Leadership Report about how the FSG conducts its business, so its operation, its effectiveness, and members talked about how that could be improved. They talked about openness, they talked about transparency, they talked about collaboration. And that picked up on quite a lot of the detailed comments which did sit within the Collaborative Leadership report. And then the third element of that discussion was around about the membership of the FSG. And I think, Councillor Murty, your point about the terms of reference being unchanged is that aspect of it. remains unchanged. The revised terms of reference was then considered and approved at a subsequent meeting of the FSG, and that's its route back into the council today, because the previous terms of reference had been agreed back in 2022, so it seemed appropriate to bring that updated terms of reference into today's financial strategy report.
Thank you. I'm just sort of looking back on some dates. So did you just say so that the financial strategy group members met privately to discuss this informally? Did you say around the 14th of August or something like that? Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
And that was before we all got together to discuss new ways of collaborative leadership and how we all came together as a group.
That's correct, because that subsequent session you referred to was on the 2nd of September.
Yeah. Okay. So did that informal discussion, which appears to have been the thing which comes to a decision, did it involve any consultation or discussion with any of the independent members in coming to that conclusion about membership?
Independent members weren't at that meeting of the FSG.
They weren't at the meeting, but was there any outreach discussion with them about whether they should be members or what their opinion would be?
Well, I suppose the context for this is the debate at the council in June and the discussion that took place at that stage, and certainly you and I had a subsequent discussion round about it. In terms of whether other members had discussed that with independents, I'm not sure of that, so I wouldn't be able to comment.
But okay, so there was no discussion at that FSG, and no offers of dialogue or compromise or suggestions otherwise. And I will note, I know that you've said, Chief Executive, that this was discussed at the June Council, which it was, but would you acknowledge that there were not all independent members present at the June Council, and that I'm certainly only one independent member, so the others have not had the opportunity to have their opinion, or had not voiced their opinion, or it's not known at least?
I suppose I'd observe that in terms of the work done on collaborative leadership, that I think 4 of the 6 independents had the opportunity to feed into that discussion, and there were subsequent discussions, and I don't recall the precise date of them, where members that had been involved in that work came together to get a presentation on the outcomes of that. So there had been various events and discussions along the way, but I couldn't give you a kind of comprehensive record of what all of these were.
Okay. Now, as mentioned in the meeting in June, I did ask a whole bunch of questions of the Chief Governance Officer, and I don't intend to repeat them all again. I'm sure she's very glad of that. But it would be good to just confirm that the following description is correct or not, rather than asking them individually. So I believe what we established is that a group does not have to have any disciplinary rules. It does not have to have policy. It does not have to have agreed lines. It does not have to have one single leader. It does not require a constitution. It does not require to have regular meetings. Every member of any group, regardless of its size, could put forward a motion or amendment on any matter simultaneously on the agenda, meaning that there could be multiple opposing positions on any item from the same group. Is that correct, Mr. Moody?
Fundamentally, yes. A group is a group of councillors who write to say formally that they form such a group. Beyond that, the standing orders do not prescribe what a group does.
Excellent. So that was basically going to be my next question, that effectively all that's required to become a group is for whoever the members of said group are to inform yourself and officers of the council that they are now a group. That's basically correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So that being the case, can the Chief Executive outline again what the practical, logical difference would be to 2 members of an independent group with no lines, no agreed policy, no discipline structure, etc., 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 no leader, the practical and logical difference be from that to 2 members coming along from the current configuration of independents who are not formally a group?
Laurie?
I suppose just to firstly make the point that in the context of the standing orders in terms of reference, we're talking about a group of 3 in terms of being part of the financial strategy group. But I think the rest of that is really answered by the point already addressed by the Chief Governance Officer.
I suppose what I'm asking, because I genuinely do not understand what the difference is in practical terms between 2 members of a group going, who are members of a group at the moment, and 2 members who are currently independents, representing independents. What is the practical difference between those 2 things?
I think the practical differences are very limited.
Okay, I would contend that it's nothing, but I appreciate that's my view. So currently, the way the confidentiality within the FSG works is that only the members who attend, so the leader and 1 other from each group, are allowed to know what is discussed unless it's agreed to be shared. So they can't discuss these things with their wider group or make any decisions on their behalf. Is that correct?
Thank you, Provost. That will depend on the issue at hand, as set out in the transparency and accountability section on page 85. So to support transparency, there's an expectation the majority of reports will be shared. However, there may be occasions when this is not appropriate, or where reports are in draft format and will shortly be submitted to committee. And just in the paragraph above that, this discussion may include how or if the work of the group is reflected in future financial update reports, and whether political group views are required to inform the next stages.
Okay, so it's about steering and sounding board of things that are likely. Could independent members not give similar steer and sounding based on what they know about their colleagues' views?
There's no reason to suppose that people couldn't
okay.
do that. I think as set out in the terms of reference and the view reflected in the discussion, I have to say very open and quite detailed discussion which took place amongst members of the FSG, is it was a format aimed and intended for political groups, and that's why that aspect of the terms of reference wasn't changed.
Okay, but we've already established that there's new words, very little difference in my words, none, sorry. So why then, because these are officers' recommendations, why is there a recommendation that independent members can send a member to the provost meeting if we're not a group, but that logic doesn't hold for the FSG?
The Chief Governance Officer may wish to come in on this, but from my perspective, this is about collaborative leadership. And the whole topic is one round about collaborative leadership. The discussions that have taken place at the FSG flowed from that collaborative leadership report, as I said, and a big part of that was about the existing operation of the FSG and how that could be improved upon, how members of the FSG could work better together. And I suppose my observation would be that I'm not sure that collaborative leadership in a political organization is necessarily driven entirely by logic. It's about building and maintaining trusting and respectful relationships. It's about teamwork. It's about cooperation. It's about trust. It's about respect. It's about shared understanding. It's about compromise. It's about understanding that with collaborative leadership comes collective responsibility. And I think it's a journey. It's a process. We've spoken about this before. It's about building that progress over time, depending on the nature of the relationships. And sometimes that may be done in small steps rather than in, with everything being progressed or changed at one time. So I suppose my statement round about that would be that the position vis-a-vis the provost meeting is a small step. That may lead to further steps in due course, and I think that will depend on where we go with collaborative leadership, and everyone has a role in contributing to that work within the council that builds trust. And I think where the FSG has ended up and what's set out in the report is perhaps reflective of where that sits at the current time. I don't know if Colin wants to come in.
Thank you. And there's nothing I think I can usefully add to that other than to say I agree with the reasoning set out by the Chief Executive.
Okay, because I suppose this does actually lead into my next question, but it maybe gives me a wee bit more alarm than I had previously, because what it leads me to ask is, do you think that other elected members who are in groups don't trust and respect independent members as much as they do those that are in groups then?
I'm not going to comment on what elected members may or may not think.
I suppose the thing is, your answer, Chief Executive, was about building up of trust. It was about building up of relationships. It was about all of those things. So I think, is there a view that then it would be a less trusted space, a less useful space for discussion with independent members there?
I think it's a judgment that the work on collaborative leadership is something that will take time and will progress in stages. I think that's what it is.
Okay, so given that the officer's recommendations, and we all know the scenario we had last year with the budget, I'm not going to go over that, but the group that there was an independent-led budget, had no access to the financial strategy group. Do we think that that continues to be a sensible approach, especially as you've just said, we're supposed to be working towards collaborative leadership?
Provost, as I said previously, I think it's reflective of the stage that we've reached in that collaborative leadership work. I think that, and we know that that has progressed. Well, not everybody might agree with this. My view is that collaborative leadership has progressed significantly within the council. We do have some external validation of that. If you contrast the best value report of 2022 with that of 2024, which commended the council on the progress it was making, but it also spoke about the fact there was more work to be done. And I don't think anyone, either having read the independent report on collaborative leadership or indeed having participated in the session on the 2nd of September, wouldn't think that there's still quite some way to go.
Okay, well, I think we do have some way to go. My final question is possibly Chief Governance Officer. Are all councillors, regardless of whether they're in a group or not, subject to the same rules at Standards Commission? Are we all entitled to be trusted equally, valued equally, have the same status in our communities, regardless of whether we're a group or not? And if we break confidentiality, then we're all punished the same or treated the same?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions, the officer?
Thank you. Chief Executive said he wanted to build and they wanted people to contribute, especially to the financial strategy group. But you said it would take time. Were we not all elected at the same election? Do some of us have many years of experience? So what are you building? It's certainly not our confidence or competency. So exactly what are you building?
I'm sure you've read the report on collaborative leadership, and I know you were given the opportunity to have a discussion with the author of that report and invited subsequent discussions. So as I say, I think that our position on collaborative leadership, where we are now compared to where we were in 2022, is improved. I think there's been wide recognition of that. But as I said before, it doesn't mean there isn't further to go.
I can't see any improvement where there's exclusion. But since we're excluded and we've got to meet the public after budgets, etc., we had a financial group where the dictate was handed down last week. I wonder if you would share a couple of figures with the public at large. How much is the deficit and what will be the council tax percentage if we need to carry on?
I'll turn to Amanda now. I think the question was in effect answered earlier in the meeting.
Thanks, Councillor Spears. Yeah, I think I had, in response to Councillor Murtaugh's question in my presentation, had said that the gross gap for any council tax rise is 25.25 million, which is the equivalent of just under 28% council tax increase. That's if no savings or fees and charges were taken.
And what would be the percentage rise in council tax to cover that?
It would be 27.8%.
27.8%. Thank you.
Okay, we'll now go to Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Provost. I'd like to return to the actual substantive business of the financial strategy. I want to say thank you to Amanda and all her staff for the work that's gone into this report. And I never cease to be amazed at the quality of the information that we're provided with. So thank you very much for that. I'll try not to ask questions that have already been covered. But you've mentioned that you're not anticipating significant improvements to the overall settlement. Are we anticipating that the overall settlement will cover the pay rises and inflation increases that we are anticipating over the coming period?
Thank you, Councillor Hannah. So we're projecting what we call a flat cash. So flat cash means we'll get the same amount of cash that we got the previous year, which means that we wouldn't see an increase for inflation. But our budget assumes a 3% increase in pay awards. What we do anticipate is that anything beyond the 3% will be funded from the Scottish Government and that we would get the funding to cover that. So we are expecting our settlement to increase, but it will increase at the moment. We're anticipating anyway that those increases will already be needed to cover, for example, any increase in pay award beyond 3%. So it won't be additionality that could help close the gap.
And can I just clarify that the 27.8% that you're referring to, which would be required as an increase in council tax, is taking account of the settlement?
Yes, that's assuming the flat cash settlement. It assumes no council tax. Well, it doesn't build in any council tax rise into the gap, so it's before council tax. But it also assumes that no savings or fees or charges would be taken. As I said earlier, members have already approved a number of savings in previous years. We've also identified quite a lot of operational savings, which are savings that directors and heads of service have identified, which could be made without significantly impacting service delivery or changing policy. So once you build those into account, you would be looking at a gap of around 17%.
Okay, thank you very much. You mentioned concerns about the Integration Joint Board. Now, I wonder if you could say a little more, because I'm aware that the Integration Joint Board also has a significant budget gap, and that there is the expectation within our financial strategy that we are able to assist with that.
If I maybe start just from a council perspective, and I know that the CFO from the Health and Social Partnerships on the call and may want to come in. So we will get a business plan from the Integration Joint Board later on this year, and that will set out a sort of more definitive position in terms of their medium-term financial plan and in terms of their projected gap. The position that we were in previously, and I guess this was just when Adult Services was in there particularly, was that the Health and Social Care Partnership had developed a number of proposals that would see them moving to a financially balanced position, but it was going to take some time. And so they had recognised that we were going to have to probably provide some one-off funding to help get them to that position. And members will know that we have looked at doing that for 25-26. And so we're still sort of in that position of looking at the financial projections, looking at how the delivery of savings, for example, is going, and looking at what the ask may be. And the Chief Financial Officer from the Health and Social Care Partnership and myself discussed that on a number of occasions. Obviously, we're quite early in the financial year. We're only halfway through, so we still need to see how things develop. However, I think everybody recognises that the pressure on health and social care, whether it's on adults or children, is very high. There's demand is significantly increasing. There's pressures for providers of health and social care, and so that's naturally filtering through to the Health and Social Care Partnership. So I suppose at this point, I think in Falkirk, in many ways, we're in a better position than a lot of health and social care partnerships are in, and a lot of councils are in terms of the level of risk that they're carrying. But I do think it's an important risk that members need to be aware of. But hopefully be reassured that we are working to try and mitigate it as much as we possibly can. I think Marie's got her.
Marie, would you like to come in?
Yeah, thanks, Provost. Just, I suppose, just to add to what Amanda's said there, and thanks to Councillor Hannah for that question. You'll be aware, Councillor Hannah, as you sit in the IJB, that we brought a budget strategy paper in September. So that budget strategy has set out the timeline for me to bring forward an updated business plan and medium-term financial plan. So I'm working on an update paper right now, which will come to the October meeting, and then there'll be another further update will be brought in December as we develop the financial plan and expand it over the next number of years. You'll be aware that we brought the 3-year business plan and medium-term financial plan in March, which still identified a gap over the 3 years, a cumulative gap over the 3 years to 27-28 of 1.2 million. So we had identified a significant number of efficiencies and transformation proposals over the next 3 years to bridge that gap, but there was still that overall gap of 1.2 million. And that assumed that one-off contribution from the council, from our partners this financial year. So we are working towards updating that financial plan, and we will have to bring forward further proposals to deal with those additional demands. Amanda's mentioned that children and families demands will need to be added to our budget as well, along with the implications of prison healthcare. Although that we assume at that point that Scottish Government would fund the prison healthcare demands, but we will have to bring forward a number of proposals around bridging that gap as we expand the number of years in the medium-term financial plan. So we are working towards that. The timeline was set out in that budget strategy paper that we brought in September, and there are a number of development sessions set up with both IJB members and all elected members to keep everyone informed of the progress of the plan. Thanks.
And can I just clarify that we're not anticipating significant improvements in the IJB settlement either?
No, so obviously Amanda's set out, so obviously the funding that we get comes from our partners NHS Forth Valley and from the council. Amanda set out that there is no inflationary or pay award funding other than that over and above the 3% assumption. What we also normally get is the Scottish Living Wage pass-through from Scottish Government, so that is normally passed over in full from the council. But just to highlight that that did not cover our full Scottish Living Wage implications last financial year. So part of those additional pressures that I'm analysing at the moment will involve those calculations around what the Scottish Living Wage implications might be. For NHS Forth Valley, the assumption is that we will be funded for the Agenda for Change pay award, but that no other inflationary pressures would be funded at this point in time.
Thank you. And just one final question, which again might be for both chief officers, chief finance officers. In relation to the consultation, I'm aware that there was consultation on the budget last year, but I think that there have been some concerns about trying to improve on that consultation, and likewise for the IJB budget consultation. I wonder if you could say a little more about how you're going to ensure as wide what's the word? An interest from members of the public in engaging in that consultation and making their views heard, because I think that's really fundamental.
Thank you, Councillor Hannah. I think it is a very challenging exercise because our experience is that members of the public are particularly interested in specific areas, whereas sort of presenting a large sort of strategic issue like this, which is difficult for us all to navigate, sometimes doesn't generate a lot of interest. So what have we done so far? We've updated the information on the financial strategy within the web page, and we've tried to make it as sort of accessible as possible. The marketing communications team have been working on a number of different things that they're going to try and introduce in social medias and things like that to try and get some of the key messages around budgets out there. We had our phase 1 engagement, which we've sort of summarised in the paper, and then we're moving on to the phase 2 engagement. And so at the moment, the proposals are that we will have a Participate Plus consultation, and we've been developing the landing page for Participate Plus, again trying to set out in accessible terms the challenges that the council faces. We are proposing to hold an in-person event, just one in-person event, this sort of general one in-person event this year in Falkirk Library, I believe it's going to be. We were also going to hold an online event on the budget in general. We also have our CLD workers going out to talk to existing community groups to get their views, to go through the consultation with them. And then at the final strand is that we are discussing with education how we engage some of the senior phase high school pupils in this work as well. So we are sort of, I think it's an iterative process. We're constantly trying to improve it, and we're trying some different things this year, and we'll report that back.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Marie.
Marie, did you want to come in on the consultation?
Yeah, I suppose it was just to add, I wasn't going to add a huge amount, but it was just to say that we're actually, as part of the budget strategy paper that we brought forward, I set out that we've taken a lessons learned approach around the broader budget consultation, and elected members and IJB members and housing HSCP staff have all been issued questionnaires around that budget process, and we're going to take the learning from that. That closed this week, so hopefully members are aware of that. So we're going to take the learning from that and apply that as we move forward with the rest of the budget strategy, including the consultation process. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Garner.
Thank you, Provost. Councillor Hannah's very pertinent and detailed questions have provided the answers I was looking for, so thank you for that.
Thanks very much, Councillor Garner. I'll now go to Bailey Kerr.
Just a couple of quick questions for Amanda. Provost, with regards to the budget for the 27, that isn't anything that for unplanned works like what happened at Madison, none planned in for anything like that.
Thank you. Thanks, Billy Kerr. Do you mean for capital? Yeah. So I think at this point in time, we've just flagged up in the report that there'll be a Madison report coming forward. So that report is in the process of getting finalised. So once that's finalised, any of the outcome from that and any decisions from members would be built into the 26-27 budget, but we're not at that point.
Right, okay. And probably my last question. You've maybe answered this. What if there's a council tax freeze? Because an election next year and
Yeah, I think that's a good question. I mean, I think at this point, it's the paper, I think, demonstrates how important and sort of fundamental the council tax tool is for us, because the reality is we haven't identified enough savings to be able to cover the gap without it. So I suppose there's a few different things to think about. If there was a freeze, then I would assume that, as in previous years, a level of funding would be provided. So what would that funding look like? How much would it be and how much would it tackle the gap? Or if there was a cap, for example, what's the difference between what we were assuming? As I say, as we've said in the paper, fundamentally, in terms of balancing the budget in a sustainable way, you've got council tax, fees and charges and savings. So we would have to look at fees and charges and savings to say, what can we stretch here? What's the maximum that we can deliver? Challenge will be if we were to hear about a freeze or a cap in January, that gives us very little time to respond to that. So I think that increases the risk that we would then have to look at using something like service concessions, which is obviously not the path that we would want to take, and it's certainly not what we're setting out in our strategy. So I think the time frame for the budgets is going to make that quite challenging, but if it would be helpful if we got some indication of that before the 15th of January.
Thank you, Mrs. Temple. Thank you, Prof.
Any other questions? No. Okay, so before we go to the motion, we'll break for lunch and back here at 2 o'clock. Okay, welcome back everyone. We'll now move to the motion and I'll go to Councillor Michael John to speak to our motion.
Thank you, Provost. I want to begin just by thanking Amanda, our Chief Governance Officer, and all the Chief Officers for their work in producing this strategy. It's comprehensive and will become a touch point for all financial decisions and provide members with an understanding of the financial position. In setting our corporate priorities through the Falkirk Plan, it's important that we're able to demonstrate that our financial strategy is aligned with delivering on those priorities as decisions come before us, particularly in a financially pressured environment. The annual audit report from Audit Scotland referenced the report as part of the evidence that Falkirk Council has put effective and appropriate arrangements in place for the financial management and financial sustainability. The report does, however, note that there's still challenges ahead, but it's good to see that the positive work that the Council is doing in this area being recognised. In setting out our budget this year, there was a requirement to use 11.5 million of service concessions, which was a reduction from the previous year, which was in line with the agreed strategy of reducing the reliance on service concessions to close the gap, as whatever is used rolls over to the following year's budget gap, and that gives us that structural deficit. We know that there continues to be uncertainties, and Amanda set out some of those earlier in presenting the report, particularly around the budget, and cause letter in discussions with Scottish Government to try to ensure the importance of funding local authorities is recognised. Strategy does not, however, show an easy path ahead, but does give us a way through 26-27 in particular. Bold choices are taken, and the possibility of them being able to use service concessions to deliver improvements across our assets that our communities will benefit from becomes much more likely. It's important that we keep this in mind and try to stay on the path that's outlined for us. The other levers that we have to build our budget, service savings and transformation, council tax and fees and charges, will all be key building blocks to meeting the predicted budget gap of 58.5 million over the next 5 years. Council tax is an important factor in making up the budget. There will, however, need to be a balance struck between savings and council tax, particularly in relating to the appetite of our residents following such a significant rise this year. The modelling at this stage is helpful in demonstrating what options may be available to us. This, as it was this year, may well come down to political choice by members. What is important, however, is to continue to have the flexibility of council tax, and that is a message that is consistently being made to government by COSLA with all party support. Financial strategy provides a route map to get to a more financially sustainable position. Officers are bringing forward proposals for members' consideration. Well, no one came into this job to make cuts. It's clear that we cannot continue to deliver everything in the way we currently do. It will not be possible to meet our budget gap without making savings, which will mean difficult decisions for elected members, some of which I am sure will be unpopular with the public. The strategy contains a number of high-level proposals. These still have to be developed before coming in front of members as part of the budget process. It should be noted that there are currently not enough savings identified beyond this year, despite having already taken 100 million savings out of the process over the last 8 or so years. The ongoing work of the Council of the Future Board is essential in developing transformational programmes for services. The approach is welcome for the improved reporting of the Council of the Future projects. This is in response to the best value recommendations. It will help members to see this kind of information more regularly, and I know that officers are looking at how to incorporate this type of information into other financial reports. The exploratory work that has been undertaken with Club Manager Council on potential cross-authority working is another strand of work which has the potential to lead to other partnerships. However, none of which will be easy or straightforward, but it's important that we explore alternative avenues that can bring savings. It's positive to see the review of the reserves and the push to ensure that we are making better use of the existing resources. The 3 areas where we've been asked to allocate funding are all areas where funding is expected to support projects but will support the delivery of the Council priorities. It's helpful to see the capital projects that are being developed by officers for capital investment. We know that we must be ambitious for our area, but balancing improvements in assets with our financial position. The ring-fence council tax for 25-26 has been positive for the council, and it will be helpful to have a potential list of projects refined for the budget meeting in March for consideration. Officers have previously talked about a journey the council is on to improve how we consult and involve communities. We spoke about that earlier. The strategy makes clear that there's still work to do in this area, and we need to respond to the phase 1 feedback. Phase 2 will include an in-person engagement session and an online engagement session, alongside with meetings with various community groups and consultation through Participate Plus. It's important that we keep trying to improve this area to help our communities understand the difficult position that the council is in and to build trust with our communities. I look forward to hearing the outcomes from this work being presented as part of the March budget. I will touch briefly on the financial strategy group, acknowledging the focus should be on the strategy itself. As part of the collaborative leadership work, consideration was given to the aspects of the motion that was taken to council related to the financial strategy group. One of the recommendations from the report on the collaborative leadership was for the FSG to review the terms of reference and membership. There was a meeting dedicated to discussion with the financial strategy group members, and the outcome of which is contained within the paper. In the main, the terms of reference were considered, that terms of reference which were approved by council were considered to still be fit for purpose, with some relatively minor changes in order to provide clarity around roles and responsibilities. The matter of membership was also considered, with a unanimous view that the FSG membership criteria remain the same to political groups who have their own governance and structures and accountability. It should be recognised that logic does not necessarily fit within a political environment. Out with the FSG, there's been some consideration to other asks in relation to the motion, and it was agreed that there would be a merit and representative of the Independent Reform UK councillor group be invited to the Provost meeting prior to council, which is in the main procedural, in particular where the Provost makes decisions on motions to council or deferred to the executive. I now turn to the recommendations in the report, Provost, and move the recommendations as in section 2 of the paper.
Thanks very much, Councillor Michael John. Do you have a seconder?
Happy to second, Provost.
Thanks, Councillor Garner. We'll now go to Councillor Murtagh to move her amendment. Councillor Murtagh.
Thank you, Provost. I want to begin by agreeing with the main recommendations of the report in terms of the substantive issues on the financial strategy. And we have heard the very stark reality we continue to face and the hard choices which elected members have to weigh up when it comes to the budget decisions. The teams at the council, both centrally and departmentally, work incredibly hard and under extreme pressure to put this together. And I don't envy them as much as I know they don't envy us having to make the decisions either. But thank you for all that you do in helping us to do this. But the substantives aside, I'm afraid I continue to be rather flabbergasted by what I see as a total lack of respect for independent members in continuing to block our presence from the financial strategy group. As equalities champion, it somewhat blows my mind, to be honest, after all we have been through on the EPIA issue, that a body of this council would discuss and agree behind closed doors with no consultation or offer of compromise or discussion, a decision about the rights and status of others, a fait accompli, end of. That's not how nothing about us without us works as a principle. It's not how you treat a minority group just because you can. It's not respectful and it's not collaborative. It also makes no logical sense, which I'd written last night, but I've just heard that logic doesn't have a matter in the stake in the outcome. If it did, I think you'd have to all go back to Khan Academy and looking at Mr. Reid and learn how to balance an equation, because it definitely doesn't. In practical effect, under more or less the exact same conditions that we have now, not being a group, the same members could go as part of an in-name only group, and there would be nothing to prevent them in the terms of reference. The only logical conclusion is that other groups want to force independents to become a group for their own reasons, whatever they are. That also doesn't feel very respectful or collaborative. And while it might be possible I highly doubt that 6 or any other number of independents becoming a group would be particularly constructive for the council, and it would have other consequences depending on the configurations. At this stage, being perhaps the third largest group, for example, where other things at council would have to change. Apart from anything else, that is likely to be much more disruptive to the council than simply coming to a compromise where 2 members can go along to a committee. Other than some sort of political gamesmanship reasoning, I'm not sure why others would want that. We are all supposed to be putting the smooth running and best interests of this council and the people we serve first. I don't see how continuing to insist on this rigid situation with the FSG membership is helping. And I want to be clear that I did not want to bring this topic up today. Indeed, the only reason that I can is because it was put back on the agenda by others. And I had attempted to treat this in a logical, standalone item back in June, where we didn't need to run it alongside the substantive of what we need to discuss today. So I'm taking absolutely no flack or responsibility on that score. But in freezing independent members out of the discussion on whether they should have these rights or not and tagging it onto this paper, there isn't any other way to do this. And leaving the independence issue aside, it also makes no sense to leave the discipline on confidentiality breaches to the groups themselves. The most likely reason for a breach is in itself political advantage. Therefore, why would a group who had leaked something on that basis have any incentive to discipline a member? After 8 years in this council, that's not a theoretical scenario. As we know, groups don't have to have disciplinary rules. And if they do, there is zero, absolutely zero, nothing that anyone at council can do to make them follow them. There's nothing that anyone anywhere can make them do to follow them, quite frankly. And I'm fairly confident of my evidence base on that, although I'm determined to be nice and leave it there. I appeal to colleagues, come to a compromise and adopt the amendment. It's totally inconsistent to say that independent members can represent each other at provost meetings, at other committees, but not at the FSG. And it would be a serious breach of standards, in my view, if the reason we are being barred from attending was because we are less trusted, or less valued, or less respected than other councillors. Because given the requirements on all members of the FSG for confidentiality and not sharing with their wider group, they are there themselves as individual members, bound by Standards Commission rules, even if they are chosen to go as part of a group. We are supposed to be moving forward collaboratively, and I hope that I regularly demonstrate my willingness and often going the extra mile to do so. I don't think it is too much to ask for a reasonable, justified, logical compromise. But I leave it in the hands of others as to how they wish to proceed.
Thanks, Councillor Murtagh. Do you have a seconder?
Happy to second Provost and would reserve the right to come back in.
Thanks very much, Councillor McCabe. So we'll now move into debate. Speeches are limited to 4 minutes. Councillor Spears? Oh, sorry. Anybody want to come in?
I love the line that the leader of the council gave, and correct me if I'm wrong. Logic does not always fit within a political group. I would love it that was expanded upon, but I tend to agree with that. Sometimes a wider group, you'll find logic and difference of opinion come to a better result. And that applies mainly here to the financial strategy group. We're talking about a group that makes behind closed doors decisions that affects every aspect of this council this district, our constituents and people who live here. But yet, some people are not trusted. Some people who have been elected, and if I have to say it again for a long time, cannot be trusted. I asked a question, what would the council tax increase be if no increase comes for the Scottish Government and we didn't have to make these draconian cuts that have been imposed or could be imposed? 27.8%. Do you know something? Sometimes, if I was cynical, you could sit back and say, blame your political parties. They wouldn't have listened to any other sense of reason. So I would ask you to stand back as Democrats in a democratic forum to remember we were all elected at the same election and elected by people who obviously knew what they were voting for, and that you should accept the amendment because it's decent. It's the decent thing to do.
Provost, just a 19.1 comment made there by Councillor Spears that the Financial Strategy Group made decisions. Don't make decisions. Decisions come in front of Council.
Can I have a point of clarity on that? Because I think it's an important point.
Okay.
That there are decisions made at the Financial Strategy Group as to what may or may not continue to go forward as savings. And I don't know if I'm not asking a question because that is a point of fact, but if officers could confirm that is what happens at the Financial Strategy Group, is that final decisions are not made, but decisions on whether certain things go forward or don't go forward do get made at Financial Strategy
Group. To the debate. No?
Perhaps maybe Mr. Laurie might want to comment on what Councillor Murtagh's asked.
Okay, Mr. Laurie.
Yeah, thank you, Provost. I mean, certainly no final decisions taken at all. I'd say it's more about a steer, advisory. I think that'd be the best way of describing it, but no decisions, no.
If there's Councillor McCabe.
Thank you. Thank you, Provost. Only because there doesn't appear to be any willingness of others to come into the debate. In seconding my colleague Councillor Murtagh's amendment. My thanks as always to Mrs. Templeman and her team. Her tireless work is sincerely appreciated by me. We've heard the very harsh realities of repeated and continuing underfunding of local authorities. We continue to face hard choices and difficult decisions. Turning to Councillor Murtagh's amendment, I am seriously disturbed at what I've heard here today. Seriously disturbed. I listen to a clear lack of respect for independent members in continuing to block our participation within the Financial Strategy Group. That a group of this council could discuss and agree behind closed doors on the rights and status of other councillors, I find astonishing. That's not how democracy works. We heard how the FSG discussions flowed, and I quote, flowed from the Collaborative Leadership Initiative until it meets the dam of the involvement with independent members. We heard how small steps, again I quote, were being taken with regards to the Provost meeting and how we had to build trust, another quote. I'm sorry, but that language is totally unacceptable to me. What I'm being told here is, I don't trust you. You can come along to the Provost meeting, and if you behave, you might get more sweeties. Do we have two-tier councillors here? As Councillor Spears had said, we were all elected at the same election. We are all entitled to the same level of respect. Sadly, that's not been displayed here today. While you may not be particularly happy with the input and knowledge of the independents within this council, Should independents simply give themselves a name, they become the third largest group. If I can remind you, the council budget was an independently structured budget, an independently structured document. The IJB special meeting, it was an independent initiative. The rejection of discrimination, Councillor Murtaugh's motion of earlier this morning, an independent proposal. Councillor Murtaugh, Councillor Spears and myself appeal to you to reach a compromise and adopt the amendment. As far as I'm concerned, a breach of standards has already happened by not respecting the standing of independent councillors within this body. Collaboration is the alleged goal. Let's work together. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor McCabe. We'll now go to Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Provost. I just want to put very strongly on the table here the position that I have maintained within the financial strategy group in terms of the review of the terms of reference is not based on a lack of trust. It's not based on a lack of respect. And I object to independent members assuming that that is my view. It is far from being my view. As I would hope they know, because I do talk to them all, I do collaborate with them all, I do have discussions with them all. So I really just wanted to put that very firmly on the table. The other thing I just wanted to say is whether we like it or not, our democratic processes are based on a party political system. Now, I absolutely accept that independent members do not want to be part of that, and that is their right, and I respect their right to take that decision. But ultimately, the decisions that are made here are made at a council meeting, and that is a meeting at which all independent members are able to attend. And I just think that we have to be very clear about what the motivation is here. My motivation is not a lack of trust. It's not a lack of respect or value. It is quite simply that that is the party political system that we work under.
Thanks, Councillor Hannah. Any other members wish to contribute to the debate? Councillor Spears?
Just a question or an observation on Councillor Hannah's comment. Democracy is not a party system. Democracy is democracy. Democracy is the right of all to choose. The right of all to choose who they want to be their leaders and representatives. And I understand a lot of people just go out and vote for a party. But when they vote for an independent, they certainly vote for a person. You know, lack of trust and respect. Let me assure you, what's happening with this financial group is a lack of trust and respect.
Thanks, Councillor Spears. We'll now go to Councillor Meikle-John to sum up.
Okay, thank you, Provost. I would have expected a wee bit more from members around the actual financial strategy, which is a really important document that is before us today. But it's also heartening that the lack of contributions, that obviously people are in agreement with the financial strategy, which is really important. In relation to some of the other comments, members are still able to get all the information. There is nothing hidden from elected members. There's regular financial briefings, and at any point, finance officers will make themselves available to meet with any member to have those discussions in relation to the council's finances and building the budget. So that there are a number of methods in which to be able to get that information. And with the sheer nature of independence, they don't operate as a collective; they will operate as individuals, and that's why they are independent. If you base the logic there that was put forward, that you would then have all members at all meetings of groups, committees, etc. If you based it on some of the logic there, but if the independents wish to become part of the financial strategy group, there's a route there for them. I appreciate that may be difficult for them to get agreement on that, but there is a route there. In relation to the financial strategy itself, it does give us a route map. It gives us the outline basis for our decision making. It allows us to then get on with some work as we go forward in building that budget as best we possibly can. The timescales for that final phase is going to be very challenging. Therefore, the more work we can do beforehand, the better. And I do appreciate that that means that there's a bit of a pressure on our officers to bring that forward. But I'm content with where we've got to Provost, and that we've got a good grounding to move forward.
Thanks, Councillor Meikle-John. So,
19-1.
What was your 19-1, Councillor Spears?
I'm sure the leader of the administration is aware that of the non-aligned independent group, when you say we're all just shackled together.
What was your 19-1, sorry?
That's a 19-1. Reminding her that there is a group called non-aligned independent.
Non-aligned independents, I remember independent members. I don't see that's relevant.
Okay, so
I also have a 19-1, Provost.
Okay.
It's a bit misrepresentation in the debate. Councillor Meikle-John said that the logic would be that we would have all members at every meeting. That is not the logic of the debate, because all other meetings, all other committees of the council excuse me, Councillor Garner, I'm speaking, and it all goes through the chair. So basically,
Provost, what was that attack about there? I just asked a simple question. It was a 19-1.
that the situation that is misrepresented as a 19-1, which is what 19-1s are about, is that the logic is not that the situation as described in the amendment would be that we would have all members at every committee, because every other committee, every other meeting, including policy development panels, has independents there to represent the others. It's not a case of having all members at. This is the most significant other meeting of the council, and it doesn't have any representatives. So that's misrepresenting the logic of the situation.
We will now go to the vote. Mr. Murray.
Thank you, Provost. The motion consists of the recommendations in the report, and the motion is moved by Councillor Meikle-John and seconded by Councillor Garner, against which there is an amendment which has been previously circulated. The amendment's moved by Councillor Murtagh and seconded by Councillor McCabe. Provost Bissett.
Motion.
Councillor H.
Motion.
Councillor Anslow.
Motion.
Beg your pardon, Councillor Anslow, I didn't hear that.
Sorry, motion.
Councillor Binney.
Motion.
Councillor Bowes.
Motion.
Bailey Buchanan.
Amendment.
Councillor Bundy.
Motion.
Councillor Colley.
Motion.
Councillor Deacon.
Motion.
Councillor Devine.
Motion.
Councillor Flynn.
Motion.
Councillor Forrest.
Motion.
Councillor Garner.
The motion.
Councillor Hannah.
Motion.
Councillor Kelly.
Motion.
Bailey Kerr.
The motion.
Councillor McCabe.
Amendment.
Councillor Meikle-John.
The motion.
Councillor Murtagh.
The amendment.
Councillor Nimmo.
Motion.
Councillor Patterson.
The motion.
Councillor Patrick.
Motion.
Councillor Redmond.
Councillor Redmond had to go to his work that he had to get to.
Sorry, Councillor Redmond, we didn't hear you there.
All right. Is the microphone working yet? The motion.
Thank you. Councillor Ritchie.
Amendment.
Councillor Sinclair.
Motion.
And Councillor Spears.
Amendment.
Provost, there are 21 votes for the motion. There are 5 votes for the amendment. The motion is carried.
Thanks very much, Mr. Moody. So we'll now move on to agenda item 6, Standards Commission for Scotland findings. It's pages 98 to 118 in your agenda papers. There's an addendum to the recommendation being received, but there's no amendment. And I'll take this item in 2 parts, the first being consideration of the findings. So first of all, we'll go to Mr. Moody to introduce the report. Thank you.
Can I just ask for a point of clarification, Provost? Where did the amendment come from? The addendum, I beg your pardon.
It's submitted by Councillor Meikle-John.
Thank you.
Thank you, Provost. And I think, as can be seen in the report on your agenda, the purpose of the report is for the Council to consider the findings of a hearing of the Standards Commission for Scotland, in which they made certain findings against Baillie Buchanan and found Baillie Buchanan in breach of the code. It's part of the statutory framework establishing the Standards Commission, and that is the Ethical Standards in Public Life Scotland Act, that where there is such a finding, it's the duty of the Council to consider those findings following them having been made. And that's the occasion for this particular report and the reason why the findings are before you in the Council agenda. It can be seen, I think, that those are attached at Appendix 1 to the report. They are very full and detailed in their terms, and I think for the benefit of members, I've briefly summarised the circumstances of the findings at paragraph 4.2 of the report. So it follows on from a complaint made by an officer of the Council at the time of the incident, or the communication, to be more accurate, which gave rise to the complaint. The Commission has made findings in relation to 3 breaches of the code. The first of those relates to respect, the second relates to bullying, and the third relates to interference in an operational matter. For the sake of completeness, I think I should make clear that the interference in the operational matter was not in respect of the substance of a planning issue. It was in relationship to an employment issue, and the Commission were clear that they did not consider that Baillie Buchanan had attempted to obtain a particular end or outcome in relation to the planning application concerned. Nevertheless, I think you'll see that the Commission considered the matter to be serious and imposed a suspension of 3 months on Baillie Buchanan in light of those findings. I think it's maybe helpful to say something around procedure to be followed today in light of the addendum. And I think, considering the addendum places the issue before you of whether it continues to be appropriate for Baillie Buchanan to hold the position of convener of the planning committee. And I think, without going into the full details of that, which are apparent in the report from the Commission, there is an apparent link between the findings of the Commission and that particular office, which is held by Baillie Buchanan at the moment. So I think those are the circumstances in which the addendum has been placed before you. And I thank the Leader of the Council for the careful manner in which her addendum has been drafted. I say that because it allows for the Council to consider the matter as a first stage and then move to think as a second stage whether it wishes to take any action in relation to Bailey Buchanan's position as the convener of the Planning Committee. And as a matter of procedure, I think it would be fair and appropriate that Bailey Buchanan should be offered the opportunity to state his position as well prior to the council deciding if it wished to move to make any decision in relation to his position as the planning convener. So I think that's all I propose to say just now, Provost, but I'm happy to answer any questions as best I can from any member of the council.
Okay, anyone got any questions for Mr. Moody? Councillor Meikle-John.
Thank you, Provost. I've got a couple of questions I would ask, and I'm trying to be very careful in how I phrase those. But perhaps Chief Governor's Officer, in his experience, has any member previously been found of contravening the code for bullying and interference within a planning service?
Mr. Moody.
I have been here a long time, and I think I've have knowledge of all the findings of the Commission in relation to any member of Falkirk Council. So I can say that the answer to both of those questions is no. There hasn't been a previous finding of this kind before.
Thank you. Again, based on your knowledge, and I'm not saying you're getting old, Colin, but yes, you have been around a wee while, therefore gained an awful lot of knowledge and experience. Has there been any complaints made by an officer against a member being upheld?
This is the first such occasion in the life of this council.
Thank you. And my final question is, there was a decision made at council on civility in public life in June. Council agreed and we signed up to that. How does the finding of the Standards Commission sit with the council's decision and the leadership role of elected members?
I think I'll preface my answer to say, first of all, the council has a duty in law as well to try and uphold high standards of observance of the code by its elected members. And I think the decision in June in relation to civility in public life was a good step in fulfilling that particular duty. Where there is a finding from the Commission that shows there is behaviour which is contrary to the standards which are expected within the code, particularly in relation to respect, which I think aligns closely with the issue of civility, then I don't think that is consistent with the decision of Council in June.
Councillor Bundy, Councillor Gillick.
Thanks, Provost. It's a simple question. Can questions still be asked after Bailey Buchanan's done his summary?
I think in the circumstances of this particular item, it would make some sense to allow that if there are issues which arise from Bailey Buchanan's contribution.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Hahn.
Thank you. I wonder if I could ask for a little clarification about the report of the Standards Commission. On page 102, the hearing panel noted that the Ethical Standards Commissioner had found that there was not a breach of the code, but then referred to the Standards Commission, which found that there was a breach of the code. I wonder if Mr. Moody could give a little clarification on what that process is and how that came about.
Thank you, Provost. There are two bodies established by the Act. One is the Ethical Standards Commissioner, and the other is the Standards Commission for Scotland. So the role of the Ethical Standards Commissioner is to receive complaints, whether from members of the public, elected members, or in this case from an officer of the council. The role of the Commissioner is then to investigate that complaint, and they will ordinarily reach a view on whether there is a breach of the code. In each case, though, the Ethical Standards Commissioner will then report or send that report to the Standards Commission for Scotland. The Standards Commission has the option of taking no action, of seeking further investigation, or of agreeing that a hearing should be held. The ordinary course of action would be typically that if there is an investigation where the Commissioner thinks there is a breach of the code, that is then sent to the Commission, and the Commission would ordinarily decide that a hearing would be held. Here, there was something which was somewhat atypical, so relatively unusual, in that the Commissioner had investigated the matter, reached a view that because of the operation of Article 10 of the European Convention on Human Rights, that there was not a breach of the code established. The Commissioner's report on that matter was sent to the Commission in normal course. The Commission have considered the report and disagreed with the Commissioner on this issue, or at least considered that there was an issue which required to be considered in a hearing. They've held the hearing, and we see the outcome in the report that we have appended to the report.
Okay, any other questions from members?
Provost,
thank
you. I wasn't going to come in at this point, but it's just in light of Councillor Hannah's comments and Mr. Moody's explanation there. I think what you can take from it is that the Commission and the Commissioner, not a straightforward process. What you had was an investigating officer. The police, if you like, had gone out and investigated and saw there had been no breach. But yet, the judge, on hearing that commission, had said, we think there has been a breach, and therefore we're going to find the person guilty. I've got a difficulty with that. You know, I'm only highlighting this to say that had for 1 minute I felt that Bailey Buchanan had been guilty of the bullying that he was accused of, I would have been first in line here to say he has to be removed as the planning convener. I certainly don't consider he was guilty of the bullying. So I've a great difficulty with the decision of the Commission. I only wanted to say that, Provost. You know, I wasn't sure if you would allow me back in after Bailey Buchanan. I wouldn't have a specific question. I just wanted to clarify that. I see Mr. Moody's going to come in here.
I think insofar as there is a question within that statement, Provost, I think key thing for me here is that the Commission are the body ultimately which is charged within the statute to decide whether or not there has been a breach of the code. And whatever anyone else may think about the issue, that is the decision of the Commission that we have before us. I think it's maybe worth adding too that the decision of a Commission is an appealable decision to the Sheriff Principal. I well understand that it's not an easy process to take on, and an expensive process to take on as well, to appeal to the Sheriff Principal, but it's worth noting that it is something that is appealable to the court. Hasn't been appealed. It is the decision which stands before you at the moment.
Thank you, Colin. I totally concur with your summation there. Thank you.
If there's no further questions, we'll now go to Bailey Buchanan to speak.
Okay.
To the council.
Thank
10
you
minutes,
very
Bailey
much.
Buchanan.
Can you hear me okay, Provost?
Yes, can hear you.
Fine. First of all, I'd like to thank Mr. Moody for his overview of the situation. Now, obviously, I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking about the situation that had developed that caused the problem in the first place. But I think members have got to note that this has been going on for nearly 2.5 years since this situation arose. During that particular time, you can obviously realise it's been very stressful for myself and family. What happened initially was that after a lengthy period of time, we had, first of all, an investigation by Falkirk Council. Now, Falkirk Council had 2 officers who investigated the situation. We had a lengthy meeting, and then they came forward a few months later with what they thought. Now, I thought, to be honest with you, that would have been the end of it. But then a few months later, then we had a word from the other body that came in, and they did their investigation as well. And they found the same as the council, that there was no charge. Then the next thing is, I'd heard that had went to the Standards Commission. Now, obviously, during this period, we're talking about 2.5 years ago that this had happened. As I said, it's been very stressful. Now, first of all, I've got to say that everybody that's been involved in this had got a job to do, and I can fully understand that. I'm not criticising anybody. The 2 officers that investigated me from the council did a very, very diligent job. Then months later, when the ethical standards came in, they were very, very, very good as well. And if any of you had watched it on the YouTube channel when this had came up, you would see quite clearly that the ethical standards were very supportive in my position in terms of the fact that I did not, as they said, breach any of the codes. Now, one thing that has really, really angered me has been the fact that I was castigated for the first time. I wasn't castigated. There was no complaint about bullying from the council at the initial investigation, and there was no consistency of bullying from the ethical standards. It was only when the Standard Commission had did their hearing that they had stated quite clearly they brought up the issue of bullying. Now you all knew, you all seen it on the TV, you all seen it in social media, Billy the bully, and what I had to go through and my family had went through because of this situation, which I thought was deplorable. But the fact is, that's just the world we're living in. I've been a councillor for 34 years. I've been on the planning committee for about 25 to 30 years. I've been the convener for a long number of years and deputy convener. And never once during all these years can an officer or member of the committee or anybody in the public gallery or MD out in sight could say anything in relation to the fact is that I showed everybody respect. That's quite clear. So obviously it's a very difficult one when you're castigated as being a bully, and then it's circulated all over the press. It was on the TV. It was in every paper in the UK. Then what happens is Mr. Moody says it quite clearly. How do you redress this? This is this public body coming out. They're taking their findings and they said that I was bullying. Now, Mr. Woody quite rightly said that there is an opportunity to take it to court. Now, unfortunately, during the period of this Standards Commission, my solicitor was away on holiday. But when he came back, then I had a meeting with him originally after the findings and found out that we could not get a copy of the YouTube about the hearing. I found that very, very strange indeed. Then when I asked him about the going to the sheriff in relation to appeal, he stated quite clearly that this would cost between anything up to £10,000 up to £15,000. So therefore, as far as I was concerned, that was a no-goer. Provost, let me say this. I went through the mill with this 2.5 years. I was subjected to an interview by an investigation by the council, which cleared me. I was then investigated by the ethical standards, who cleared me. And then finally, I went to the Standards Commission, who took another viewpoint, which they're entitled to do. Their perception of what that email was, it was all about one email. Their perception of that email, in their fact, showed quite clearly that I had breached. But the other two bodies, so 2 out of 3 of these bodies, concurred that there was no breach of the code whatsoever. Provost, can I tell you this? That anybody that's on that planning committee, anybody who has been on it, any officer would tell you quite clearly that in all the years that I've been on it, I've never had one problem. I've never had any objection or complaints from officers or members in relation to my conduct. And therefore, as far as I'm concerned, what we have is we have an opinion by the Standards Commission on a perception of what they said in relation to the email that actually doesn't follow on from the decision taken by the ethical standards and the decision taken by the council to show quite clearly that I had no breach and that there was no viewpoint from then about anything about bully. So thank you very much for your time and consideration, Provost, and members as well. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Bailey Buchanan. Any questions for Bailey Buchanan? No? Okay. So I'll go to Councillor Meikle-John. So you've heard what Bailey Buchanan had to say, so are you still minded to move your motion?
Yes, I think as a council we need to be able to respond whatever way to that. Therefore, I would move the addendum that council give consideration to that. And I think because this is very much in public and the outcome of this commission has been very public, I think we need to be seen to be going through due process. So I would move the addendum.
The addendum, okay, thank you. Do you have a seconder for your addendum?
Second the same.
Thanks, Councillor Bowes.
Thank you. Could I have a little clarification about the addendum in the next stage, please? Because I think it's a bit unclear.
Thank you. I think it's helpful that the Leader of the Council has confirmed the moving of the addendum in itself, but the addendum itself is an open question, which then needs to, I think, have a motion follow from it if any member is minded to say that Bailey Buchanan should not be any longer the convener of the planning committee. So that matter is at large to the council and it requires a motion moved to say that he should no longer be moved if that is your view.
In which case, Provost, I would be happy to move that, considering the findings of the Standards Commission and the decision taken by Council on civility and public life, which is not just limited to the interjections between elected members, but extends to officers and indeed all aspects of our role in public life, and to the protection of the Council, the integrity of the planning process in particular. I don't believe that Councillor Buchanan can continue in the role of planning convener.
Do you have a seconder for that motion? Okay, thank you very much. Yes, Hahn.
Just would maybe like to have a short recess for us now that the motion is on the table. I think it would be useful for us to have a short recess.
Sort of 5 minutes, would that do? Okay, thank you. 5-minute recess.
Yeah, still is a.
Welcome back, everyone. As Councillor Hannah called for a recess, so I'll go to Councillor Hannah to see if she's got anything to say following the recess.
Thank you, Provost. Having considered the findings of the Standard Commission and heard what Bailey Buchanan had to say, I would have come forward to second Councillor Meikle-John's motion, but Councillor Bowes beat me to it. And in any case, I needed to, being a member of a democratic party, I had to ensure that my other group members were all of the same mind. I think our thinking is fairly straightforward. I mean, I have been a member of a trade union all of my working life, and trade unions have fought hard for fair and equitable disciplinary and grievance procedures, and any interference in that is unacceptable. It's neither lawful nor desirable. So it is with a great deal of sadness, because I am very fond of Bailey Buchanan as a person, but in this particular instance, I feel the need to support Councillor Meikle-John's motion.
Thanks, Councillor Hannah. We'll go to Bailey Kerr.
Thanks, Provost. Provost, can I say at the offset how much Bailey Buchanan has helped me personally since I was elected in 2017. Not once has he spoke down to me. Not once have I heard him speak in front of anybody and blue them. Not once have I heard him speaking down to an officer in the 8 years I've been a member. He's always been courteous, respectful and polite when I've been there. And having read the report from the Standards Commission with regards to Bailey Buchanan, I don't know if I was a factor in it, but nobody ever came and spoke to me. When we got know the weekly list, but the list during the week, it came up in the LRBs. So I sent a message, an email to Bailey Buchanan as the convener, Councillor Kelly as the deputy convener, Mr Whittle and Mr Henderson, and asked why the decision had been made a year previous, why it was still on the report. And I got an email back from Mr Henderson stating that until the Section 75 signed, that isn't planning. We had, during twice having that as an LRB, twice both Bailey Buchanan, myself and former Councillor McCluckie received online abuse and personal abuse for a decision that was taken. We keep on talking about fairness and respect towards each other. That doesn't always happen when it comes to councillors. And we didn't get the respect from the public, which is very difficult. And it's not just you that's affected, it's your family. And I think the 2.5 years that has been affecting Bailey Buchanan and his family, because it does affect your family, I think it's atrocious. We sign up to be in the public eye, I understand that. But when you are getting online abuse, it's very difficult, and it can affect people differently. And we had a a conversation at the very start of the meeting where everybody should get respect. Understand that. Understand that. And I believe that. I believe that. I think that for the years that he's been on this council, for the years that he's been on the planning committee, and his knowledge and his guidance has been invaluable for Falkirk Council. I think it's a sad day when we're talking about taking somebody off a committee for one committee putting it, finding them guilty when two others didn't. I understand that they're a standalone committee. I understand that, but I find it very difficult when council officers didn't put it forward, and the ethical standard commissioner didn't put it forward. So I don't know if it's I'll ask Mr. Moody if it's a vote for or vote against, or does an amendment need to go on?
I think if there are two straightforward propositions for or against, that might well be clearer, rather than the artificiality of an amendment saying you should remain as the convener. And for maybe one just quick question of clarity, the motion is not to remove Bailey Buchanan from the planning committee. The motion is to remove him from the post of planning convener. Yeah. He would remain a member of the committee.
Yeah. And just to finish off, Bailey Buchanan has, for his community and the surrounding areas, gave his life, charitable work for the memory of the fallen, and if half the people in Falkirk district thought the same way, we could be a better place. Thank you very much, Provost.
Councillor Murtagh.
Thanks, Provost. And I think this is a very difficult discussion, very difficult to speak about. And as Bailey Kerr just finished up with, we're not debating the merits of the good character of Bailey Buchanan or what he does for our community. I'm well aware that Standing Order says that we're limited to 4 minutes in speeches, and I know he does an awful lot, and I thank him for that. That's not what we're debating here. The difficulty is that, as Mr. Moody has outlined, the accountable body has found Bailey Buchanan guilty of this particular offence, and where I did watch the proceedings as much as I could, and I think, as has been outlined, there are complexities within this in terms of what the ethical Standards Commissioner said, in terms of what also the council said, but ultimately the fact remains that the body that is responsible, that sat in judgment on this, made a decision and a determination, and where I might disagree with it or I might not, it's sort of, that is immaterial in that I have not got all the evidence, and if we were in a state of play where we started to look at every conviction that somebody had for something and say, but they were of good character and there are mitigating circumstances, etc., and that we knew better, then we would be in a lot of difficulty in general. And that's the difficulty I find myself in, because I know what valuable contributions Bailey Buchanan brings as convener to the committee. I've sat on the committee for 8 years now, and it's undoubted that he's lots of experience. But the problem is that if I was to say that and his good character and what he does in the community was enough, I'd have to hold that principle logically for everything else that a court decides, and that's a real difficulty. So I I do not have an alternative proposal to what has been moved, and that's with some regret. But I think the principle, and dare I say it, the logic of what we're being asked to consider is what is important here, and not how much we like and respect Bailey Buchanan and that amazing service that he's given to the council. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Murtagh. We'll now go to Councillor Patterson.
Thanks, Provost. I was just looking for a point of clarification earlier, but Mr. Moody's covered that already.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Hahn, did you want to come back in again?
It was just another point of clarification. Bailey Buchanan did refer to the council cleared me, and Bailey Kerr did likewise. I wasn't aware that there was covered in the report. There's nothing about an internal council process. So I wondered if Mr. Moody could just clarify exactly what that process was.
The council process relates to a dignity at work complaint made by the same officer as made the complaint to the Ethical Standards Commissioner. So the focus of that investigation and decision is whether there was a dignity at work complaint upheld, not specifically whether there was a code breach. The decision from the officer who undertook the investigation was that there wasn't a breach of dignity at work in this case, and the reason for that was that the email, which is the centre of the consideration here, was not directed at the officer concerned, but the officer came to see it. So the reasoning was that it wasn't the intention of Bailey Buchanan that the officer should receive it in the first place.
So the council investigation was about an entirely different question.
It was about the same circumstances, but asking a different question. Provost, it may be helpful just to summarise where we are. So we do have a motion moved. I think it's fair to say that in light of the contribution from Bailey Kerr and Bailey Buchanan's own contribution, there can be said not to be general agreement in relation to the motion, and accordingly a vote will be required for or against. And if that includes, I think, people's contributions, the simplest matter may be to proceed to the vote now.
Okay, let's go to the vote.
So just to clarify for everyone, the motion is that Bailey Buchanan no longer be the convener of the planning committee, and that the vote is for or against that proposition. Provost Bissett.
For.
Councillor Aitchison.
For.
Councillor Anslow.
For.
Councillor Binney.
For.
Councillor Bowes.
For.
Bailey Buchanan. Sorry, Bailey Buchanan, I think you may be on mute.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Bundy.
Against.
Councillor Colley.
For.
Councillor Deacon.
For.
Councillor Devine.
For.
Councillor Flynn.
Against.
Councillor Forrest.
For.
Councillor Garner.
For.
Councillor Hannah.
For.
Councillor Kelly.
For.
Bailey Kerr.
Against.
Councillor McCabe.
Abstain.
Councillor Meiklejohn.
For.
Councillor Murtagh.
For.
Councillor Nimmo.
For.
Councillor Patterson.
For.
Councillor Patrick.
Against.
Councillor Redmond.
For.
Councillor Ritchie.
Against.
Councillor Sinclair.
For.
And Councillor Spears.
Abstain.
Provost, there are 18 votes for the motion. There are 6 votes against. There are 2 abstentions, and the motion is carried.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Murray. We'll now go on to agenda item 7, which is council membership update, pages 119 to 122. The report is taken as read, and there are no amendments submitted, so there will be no debate. So, does any have any questions to the officer? Councillor Spears.
Councillor Battlefer has been very ill, and we should send him our best wishes and hope for a speedy recovery. I'm sure Councillor Nimmo and I, who are bearing the burden of the extra inquiries, will continue in that vein. There's no need to rush back. Make sure your health's in good condition, and we'll see you when you get back. And to send them the felicitations, this body, while he's in ill health.
Thanks very much, Councillor Spears. Billy Buchanan? Billy Buchanan.
Thanks, Provost. Doesn't need to be at this meeting, but offline, we would like to get an update on how Councillor Balfour is. It's been a hard 2 years for the council, the amount of members who have took no well, which is unusual for the time before. We only had a couple, but it's it'll be a stressful time for him. Just for our concerns for him, if we can get somebody to be update if he doesn't mind that.
Thanks, Billy Kerr.
Provost, perhaps in moving the report, I can see that Councillor Balfour is making progress, and he hopes to be able to return very soon. Obviously, it will be in a phased return in order to be able to build up, but he is making good progress.
Thank you very much.
That's good to hear. Councillor Hannah, do you have anything to add?
I would simply wish him well and a speedy recovery. It's been a hard time that he has had, and we look forward to seeing him back at the council when he's ready.
Okay, thank you. The recommendation is council invite you to approve a leave of absence for Deputy Provost Balfour from meetings of council by reason of illness, and to agree to review the position if necessary at its December meeting. Can we agree with the report?
Agreed.
Thank you. So we now move on to agenda item 8, minute volume and information bulletin. Volume of minutes, volume 1, 2025. Is there any questions on the volume of minutes? No. 8B, information bulletin, volume 1, 25-26. Is there any questions on the information bulletin? Billy,
just a quick one for Mr. Reid, and it's regarding the supply, delivery, installation of domestic. It's the one for the foods, crisps and juice. What I'm asking Mr. Reid is it just for education, or where does that cover?
Thank you, Provost. Thank you, Bailey Carr. No, it's the overall contract spend for education and sport and leisure. So it includes all schools and nurseries, the foundry, the stadium, the helix, and leisure centres and so on. It's a 4.9 million contract over 4 years, but it also includes the additional spend for the 4 schools which have come back into council control. That's also been factored into that contract price.
Okay, thank you very much. The rest of the questions, I'll got answers back.
Okay, thanks, Billy Carr. Any other questions on information bulletin? No?
If I may.
Oh, Councillor Hannah, sorry.
So could I just ask for a little clarification? Mr. Reid has slightly confused me there. I understood that there were two contracts here. There was a 4 million to Mighty for the 4 secondary school sites and a separate 4.9 million on the groceries on pages 9 and 17. They are two separate contracts.
Sorry, one is for the facilities management, and the other one is for the provision of foodstuffs. So they're two separate contracts. But the second one does now include the foodstuffs for the schools that have been brought back into council control.
Right. No, it was just the way you'd put your answer slightly confused me.
Apologies.
But that's fine.
If no other questions, that closes this council meeting. The next meeting will be on the 11th of December. So thank you for your attendance and safe journey home. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Provost.